The Sharks had given up 10 goals in 2 straight games, hadn't won a game all season. Flyers go into San Jose and lose last night. So we'll see what happens.
And Nick, it's part of the plan.
That's right.
Reel him in.
Trust the process. All right, let's see if we can get an answer which herb is used to make Totally Pesto. 215-263 WMMR. We're going to go to Aaron to get the answer. Hi, Aaron. Good morning.
Good morning.
All right, what herb do you use to make pesto, brother?
Basil.
Basil. Yeah, that is correct. Hang on a second, Aaron. We're going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Star Wars game, Saturday, November 18th, 1 p.m., when the Flyers take on the Vegas Golden Knights, and you can get your tickets at PhiladelphiaFlyers.com. There is really bright sunshine on the wall behind you, Nick. Is there the sun just must be beaming this morning?
It's like golden pesto.
Full, like, just above the horizon, yeah.
Golden pesto.
By the way, if you want a wonderful pesto
Couch
riff,
tomato.
no,
Right?
That's good too.
Yeah.
Zoe's Kitchen pesto hummus.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh.
Zoe's Kitchen pesto hummus.
Take that to the bank.
Wait, Zoe's Kitchen, is that the chain or is it?
Yeah.
Oh, they took the one in Plymouth Meeting away.
Oh,
I'm
man.
so upset.
Yeah, and they took the one at in Collegeville away too.
What in
I
the
love
F?
them.
They took mine away and put a, what is it, Cava there?
I don't know.
Wait, so where do you go, Steve?
One in it's right on Lancaster. It's right in Bryn
They
Mawr.
got rid of the one in Bluebell too.
They
They're
did.
disappearing.
Son of a bitch.
Disappearing. Yeah.
I liked it there.
I did too. All right. Well, anyhow, we could go on and on.
about pesto.
Wait, real quick. My Zoe's Kitchen is now a waxing place.
Really?
Oh, okay.
It's not as good there.
They use the pesto.
Yeah. What are these flecks of hair?
All right. So there's a new Sexiest Man Alive.
Yay!
It's Patrick Dempsey.
Wait, this kind of blows my mind because I think if you were going to do it, you would have done it, at the height of the McDreamy thing. And
Well, I was supposed to say, hasn't he already been?
Well, here's the deal. Here's what I think. Like the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, they're starting to run out of really good-looking people.
Right.
And every other year, they go for somebody who is attractive, but has a wonderful personality, like Paul Rudd, who we love to death, right? And he's a good-looking guy, but he's not George Clooney. He's not, some of these other massively, ridiculously Brad Pitt good-looking guys. So
True.
I think they have to bounce back and forth a little bit. And I think that's fair. I think that's cool.
No, it's fine.
However, I will say that Patrick Dempsey, I think, looks much better as he ages.
Oh,
I
He's one of
agree.
those-
Yes.
Oh, he's very, very handsome.
But I think he's like even more handsome now than when he was
On
in
Grey's
the
Anatomy?
McDreamy days or whatever.
Yeah.
Or Loverboy.
Is this, well, two things. Press, do you have the entire list of all the finalists?
No.
Because there is a local tie. There's somebody.
Who is it?
It's Jason Kelsey. He was one of the 6 finalists.
I didn't know that.
Which is pretty crazy, unless that was a joke.
No, I saw that listed. Yeah.
Did he already win before Patrick Dempsey? I feel like.
I think he did around the McDreamy time when it was really the big thing.
No, this is his first time.
First
Really?
time?
Yeah. So the Grey's Anatomy star and race car driver takes the mantle from Captain America star Chris Evans.
That's a good one.
Yeah, it's a good one.
That's a good one.
Who was the 2022 selection. The pick was revealed on Jimmy Kimmel Live last night. He had said, I've always been a bridesmaid, according to the magazine that he told them. He's 57, by the way. He said, I'd completely forgotten about it and never contemplated being in this position, so my ego is good. So here's a clip of him on Kimmel last night.
Yes, your question.
Hi, are you blonde?
No. All right, I'm going to give you a hint. Star of one of the most popular television series of all time.
Hi, are you older than 60?
No. Not all right. Okay, I'm going to give you another hint. Played a doctor.
Hi, I'm Keith. Are you Dr. McDreamy?
Yes. The doctor is in the house. Patrick Dempsey is the sexiest man alive.
That's a fun way to do that.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah.
I like that.
And then he has a clip about his family dealing with it.
All right, here we go.
How did your family react?
They laughed quite
They
hard.
did.
They were like, no, seriously, who is it?
When you do the photo shoot for Sexiest Man Alive, I'm curious. Does the photographer and do the people know it's very secretive, right?
Right, you're not allowed to talk about it at all. So everybody signs these disclosures where you're not allowed to say what we're doing.
Leading up to the photo shoot, do you feel like pressured? Maybe
You
like
fast for a month.
Did you really?
Yeah.
Is that right?
No bread products. I worked out.
So he stars in the upcoming Michael Mann film Ferrari.
Yes.
And told the Associated Press last year that he did all the driving himself, calling it the best role I've ever had. He has driven in several professional races, including the 24 Hours of Le Mans, and is part of the Wright Motorsports racing team. He said his children are bound to tease him for the rest of his life about this, probably.
Of course.
And so they should. The People edition with Dempsey's cover story is going to be out on Friday. In addition to racing and acting, he founded the Dempsey Center, which is a Maine-based organization that provides care and resources for cancer patients in honor of his late mother. So he was on, let me see here, 250 episodes of Grey's Anatomy.
And then he was McDreamy, then there was McSteamy.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah. So he plays in Ferrari. He plays Italian race car driver Piero Taruffi.
Hey.
And which will be in theaters later this year and has received a waiver so that stars can promote it without breaking the rules of the strike. The other Sexiest Men Alive that he joins include Michael B. Jordan, John Legend, Paul Rudd, Brad Pitt, Harrison Ford, and Mel Gibson, who was the magazine's first recipient in 1985.
You know, kind of blows my mind is that Henry Cavill has, I think he's should be on that list, right?
He's due.
That dude,
I think
kind of perfect.
I think he will be amongst the super good-looking people that will eventually get that. Yeah, and it usually coincides with a big role, right?
Yes, it does. In fact, they tie it together like this.
Yeah.
There's some sort of release or something that's happening that makes it make sense. Make sense.
So another good-looking fella, Jeremy Renner, has shared a post to Instagram on Monday letting fans know how he is coping after the snowplow accident earlier this year. He listed all the therapy that he's gone through since the incident occurred, and he wrote, I've been exploring every type of therapy since January 14th. Every day, countless hours of physical therapy, peptide injections, IV drips and pushes, stem cell and exomes, red light and IR therapy, hyperbaric chamber 2.0 atmospheres, cold plunge. And he says, and the list goes on and on.
Well, he had a 14-ton snowplow on him.
Yeah.
So you can imagine the fact that he's anywhere near as good as he is right now, which is pretty formidable, is amazing.
He said, my greatest therapy has been my mind and the will to be here and to push to recover and be better, be exceptional, he wrote.
I think the takeaway from this is it's okay to be run over by a snowplow.
It's okay.
Yeah,
Is it? As
you'll be
long
fine.
as you're in soft pack snow.
Soft pack snow.
He said, I feel it's my duty to do so, not to squander my life being spared, but to give back to my family, friends, and all of you whom have empowered me to endure, and I thank you all.
Oh.
And he wrote love and titanium as a hashtag.
And let's remember that he was helping out his neighbor by plowing their driveway.
Yeah.
Never help your neighbors.
That's it. We've learned anything. Don't help your neighbors.
Never.
So Megan Fox has a new book. We talked about this yesterday. It's called Pretty Boys Are Poisonous, and she appeared on Good Morning America to talk about what's inside. She said, this is not an expose that I wrote or a memoir, but throughout my life I've had at least one physically abusive relationship and several psychologically very abusive relationships. She shared that while she's only been publicly connected to a few people, there are horrific people who are also very famous, she said.
Give us names.
That no one knows that she was involved with. She also revealed she suffered a miscarriage.
I did not know that.
With Machine Gun Kelly when she was 10 weeks pregnant. No, I didn't know that either.
I know she's finally copping to a lot of she had body dysmorphia and had a lot of surgery.
She said, I had never been through anything like that before in my life. I have 3 kids, so it was very difficult for both of us, and it sent us on a very wild journey together and separately and together and apart and together and apart and together and apart, trying to navigate what does this all mean and why did this happen.
So how many together and aparts is that?
There were 3 togethers and aparts.
Okay.
Yes,
Okay.
it's so in case you're keeping track of that. This is fun. Julia Louis-Dreyfus is humorously shining a light on the shortcomings of artificial intelligence.
Oh, yeah.
She revealed during the Wall Street Journal Magazine 2023 Innovator Awards this year that she used ChatGPT to create her acceptance speech that night. And she said, as an entertainment innovator, I'm very, very busy innovating. And she said, so I did what any other innovator worth her salt would do. I turned to ChatGPT-4. And she revealed that the chatbot not only mixed up innovator with investor, but it also confused her for Julia Roberts. So reading the speech, she said, reflecting on this milestone, I'm reminded of the unwavering support of my family and the unyielding dedication of my team that has been driving force behind my investment strategies and my performances in Aaron Brockovich, Pretty Woman, and Mystic Pizza.
Okay.
How great is that?
Have you ever used?
No.
So it's fascinating. I've been dabbling with it. As an assistant for providing a framework for like drudgery kind of work, write a letter to my attorney about including this and blah, blah. It will lay it out. It'll basically then you jump in and tinker with it.
I have thought about it, but I have nothing to do with it. Like I don't, like I can't think of anything to use it for.
Think of it, think of it as a basic tool that there are people who rely on it to do the whole job, and that can be problematic.
Hang on, Marissa.
2 blogs a day, Preston. 2
No.
blogs a day.
No. So yeah, I've no outlet to use it for.
Like I had it write a press release for just to see what it'd be like for the Preston and Steve show, and it went and found facts about the Preston and Steve show and included it in the thing.
Bring it in.
Yeah.
We got to hear that. I want to hear that. All right, so Tyler Perry is grieving the loss of his mother, Willie Maxine Perry, who passed away in 2009. I believe we have a clip over here, Case. He broke down into tears on Tuesday's episode of The View while talking about his new documentary called Maxine's Baby, The Tyler Perry Story. And Sarah Haynes had mentioned something to him that really got to him emotionally.
What she said is she felt that the documentary was so powerful that she got to know his mother.
He met her, or she met. She's like, I met your mother through this. So that's what got him. So here we go.
It was so well done. Yeah. So
thank you.
Really,
I'm very proud of them. They did a great job.
When I met Maxine through all of it, I didn't know her.
Yeah.
But it shows just how much you endured as a child.
Okay, wait a minute. That one took me. But you met. Oh, that.
Yeah.
Oh, wow! How did it hit me that hard? You met my mother.
Yeah.
You met my mother through it, man. That's wow. Wow. Thank you.
It still gets
Oh my God.
Wow. So yeah, he was really.
That gets me because I can only tell people about my mom who when I was 20 passed away. I could see that. You could just see it in his face. It's like, wow, I facilitated a way for people to meet this wonderful woman. And
then he has a hard time going on.
You endured a lot, and I didn't know this either, a violent childhood. You created it.
Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. You met my mother through the... You really got me there. I'm sorry. I need to get myself together. Hello. I'm sorry. We're talking about the... Yes. And I know there are other questions, so please ask me something else.
She certainly made an impression, and I'm sure she went, so will you put me in the next Medea movie?
Right, yeah.
So, no, that's very emotional. That's really cool.
You need to shut up, bitch, for a second.
Fans are speculating that Homer Simpson will stop strangling Bart on the animated series. In the third episode of the 35th season, Homer Hoser.
The new character.
He's the Canadian.
What's up, Hoser?
Take off, Hoser.
Take off.
He jokes about
way to go.
He jokes about his handshake. We have a clip of this.
Oh, we do?
It's from yesterday.
Oh, okay. Hang on.
If you can find that, that'd be wonderful.
Yep. Here we go.
Here we go.
Whoa, that's quite a grip.
See, Marge? Strangling the boy has paid off. Just kidding. I don't do that anymore. Times have changed.
So,
sucks.
So viewers were divided. They're wondering if that he won't be strangling Bart anymore.
So I watch the show all the time. I don't see a lot of strangling. Nick, you a fairly active watcher?
Yeah, and same. It's again, but the show's been around for 35 years. They have evolved. I don't know. There's things that have changed over the years. I find interesting. Like they'll still do characters that are based in stereotypes, and then they won't do other ones.
Right.
Is Apu still on the show?
No, Apu is not on the show.
Well, Apu is on the show, but not voiced by Hank Azaria.
Is he?
Yeah, and
I haven't seen an Apu in a while.
Yeah, I forget who they got, Steve, but Hank Azaria said he's not going to do it anymore. But the groundskeeper Willie, which is based on a Scottish character, they'll still do that. I don't know, whatever they want to do works for me.
Yeah. So people are wondering if that's the end of it or not because of that little nod that they made in that clip.
I mean, strangling your child was never
okay.
Yeah. You know what I mean?
That was the whole.
It's not like
joke.
we've evolved and hey, we're learning and no.
I mean,
35 years ago, you shouldn't have put your two hands around your son's neck and squeezed.
But yet we chuckled.
Go back back to the honeymooners, to the moon, Alice. I'm going to hit you so
Alice,
hard, my
I'm gonna
wife.
punch your goddamn teeth out and rip your knockers off.
That used to be humor.
I'm gonna run a wood planer across your vagina.
How about that? All right, this is interesting. Taylor Swift now has her own dedicated reporter with USA Today and the Tennessean. Veteran journalist Brian West, a two-time Emmy Award-winning TV producer and a passionate Swiftie, was a standout choice from a pool of hundreds of applicants in the nationwide job search that went viral when it was announced earlier this year.
Do you know he's head-to-head with Tom Brokaw?
Okay, really? Brokaw was going to be the Swift correspondent. This is like it's like the Beatles.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
It's like when Larry Kane was assigned to be and travel with the Beatles. This is it's unbelievable.
I mean, if you think about someone in entertainment, who's generating more news than Taylor Swift?
Yeah. The job postings prompted
We're outside Taylor's hotel room. I hear Travis Kelce's in there. I can't wait to see.
Probably
because the player's going to play.
He's a Swiftie. So the job posting prompted criticism from some reporters who felt that they were a poor use of resources amid layoffs in local news. But a spokesperson for Gannett said in September that it had hired 260 journalists since March and had over 100 open positions.
This is Gannett with the Canoes.
So shut up. Let's see here. According to Page Six, Ben Affleck and Jennifer Lopez were out on the town on Sunday evening.
I'd like to apologize to Jennifer Garner and her pool boy, Ben Affleck, for incorporating them into my fantasy life. I apologize to anyone who's been offended by my fictional creations, Chrysagon,
What?
the philosopher of evil, and the skull seal.
He's always waiting.
You got to let him finish.
Yeah.
So they were at the Ivy restaurant in Los Angeles when fans started cheering for the Gone Girl actor. They were cheering for Ben, and they were saying, "Woo, we love you." Woo. And then Jen jokingly yelled, "Back up, bitch."
Oh, no way.
She didn't.
Whoa. Yeah, she did.
Oh, shut up, woman.
They were at the Ivy?
Yeah.
Oh, I had to pick up somebody at the Ivy one time, but I worked at Enterprise Rent-A-Car in Beverly Hills, and you would go to the paparazzi used to hang out outside the Ivy. In fact, I think Danny DeVito goes there in Get Shorty, and the person that I had to pick up, John Lovitz.
Oh, nice. That's kind of cool.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mr. Lovitz.
1996.
You tell him to back up, bitch?
Yeah.
All right, here.
He was with Jennifer Lopez.
Let's see what else we have here. Oh, this was, I was delighted to see this this morning, although it'll be a while before we see anything about this. But Nintendo is making a live-action movie based on The Legend of Zelda.
Okay.
They could finally do that right.
I saw this pop up. I'm cautiously optimistic.
Yeah.
Because it needs to be done. I mean, you know how we're massive fans.
Yep.
What story would you like to see them come close to?
Probably go with the original. Start it off at the beginning, not get into the really, like the Breath of the Wild or the
Twilight Princess?
Majora's Mask or any of that stuff. I loved Twilight Princess, but I think for simplicity's sake, you go with the original story, I think is enough to get this by. So the film will be produced by Zelda creator Shigeru Miyamoto and Avi Arad, a veteran of superhero cinema, whose resume includes the Oscar-winning Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse. Okay, so that's some credibility.
Yeah.
Miyamoto said it will take time until its completion, but I hope that you look forward to seeing it. Wes Ball, the director of the Maze Runner series and the upcoming Kingdom of the Planet of the Apes, will direct the movie.
Okay.
So that's good. The Zelda film will be co-financed by Nintendo and Sony Pictures Entertainment. But of course, major Hollywood films based on video games have often found it hard to win over audiences, although this year's Super Mario Brothers movie, based on another Miyamoto creation, ranked in a high-scoring $1.36 billion worldwide.
I'm not liking the choice for Link, though. Gary Busey.
Oh, really?
Too old. Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
Well, let's find out what the storyline is before we go judging now. Gary Busey might be a perfect fit as Link.
The dude's got range.
Entertainment Tonight reports that the final trailer for The Marvels dropped on Monday. The new footage confirms that Tessa Thompson's Valkyrie will be making a cameo, as fans had hoped and suspected. She says to Brie Larson's Captain America in the trailer, "You can stand tall without standing alone." It's being released on Friday, and I just saw that projected, take at the box office is lowering. Like it's not,
I think
people aren't excited about
that's as much a product of fatigue as anything, I think. I think it's just too much.
So there was a screening last night. I elected to not go to it because I have a sneaky suspicion that Loki and anything that happens in Loki this season is going to...
It's supposed to dovetail with this.
And so the newest episode of Loki, I don't think comes out until tomorrow night at 9 or something like that. So
That's the plan.
Yeah. But also, I was seeing. Listen, I'm going to go see the movie. My plan is to go see it on Friday night. But somebody was saying that maybe Marvel doesn't think too highly of this movie because their trailer is revealing so much, and then they have to bring Thanos in.
That is the truth. So in other words, they didn't go crazy with an advertising budget on this.
Mm-hmm.
They can't have the actresses go out and promote the movie because of the strike. So they know that there's 9 different ways that they're being screwed on this. So, and then they're trying to totally revamp the system by how they're moving forward with the new movies and phase this and phase that, and it's a bit of a nightmare.
Yeah, I may try to get out and see that if I have time this week. And I love Brie Larson, and I'm telling you, if you haven't started watching Lessons in Chemistry on Apple TV Plus with her, that's all right.
Are you old? Have you caught up on all the episodes?
Yeah,
I just saw the first 2.
You want me to come pick you up, take you to a movie? I'll bring you a bag of spaghetti.
Yeah,
all right.
Can we eat that?
Where's your
theater?
spaghetti section?
Okay. One quick story, and then we'll move on to the clips. Gwyneth Paltrow has stepped away from Hollywood in recent years to focus on her wellness brand, Goop. But the actor told Entertainment Tonight on Monday which actor she would return for. She said, "Well, it would be very hard for me to do any acting right at the moment just because of my job," she said. "But I guess Robert Downey Jr. could probably always get me back."
There we go. They were great together.
Their chemistry is fantastic on screen.
The word is that Robert Downey Jr., Marvel's going back to the drawing board and will bring Robert Downey Jr. back into the fold. So we'll see how that manifests.
They need it.
They do need something.
He's part of the magic.
You remember how exciting that was? I remember when the first Iron Man movie came out. We were all over incredibly excited.
Yeah.
I got my wife so excited. She went to see it without me while we were on air.
I can't believe she did that. I cannot believe that.
Yeah, that's a betrayal.
That's a violation.
That's a betrayal.
I give her all the points in the world, though.
Yeah. All right, we're gonna go to the clips now. The Marsh King's daughter tells the tale of a woman with a secret past who ventures into the wilderness to confront the most dangerous man she's ever met, her father. Here, director Neil Berger talks about what it was about this story that drew him to creating this movie.
And I also like this story of this woman who had kind of where the past comes back to haunt the present, where it's like, what if the person that she loved the most turns out to be a monster? What do you do with that? Where do you, and in her case, she put it in a box and she buried it and she never dealt with it again. And does that work? Maybe that works.
I don't give a
The Marsh King's daughter is out in theaters now.
We're going to be seeing that live, Preston, that line.
Step Brothers.
Step Brothers.
Right.
Yes. Movie night on Tuesday at Camp Out for Hunger. All right, next clip. The movie Quiz Lady is about a game show obsessed woman and her estranged sister who work together to help cover their mother's gambling debts. And in this clip, writer Jen D'Angelo talks about her inspirations for this particular comedy.
It's an idea that I've had for kind of a while. It's based on my older brother, who is a Jeopardy whiz, and all growing up, it was extremely frustrating to try to play Jeopardy alongside of him and just be destroyed. That was the initial idea. And then I just kept circling back to it, just being like, I feel like that's such a fun jumping off point for a story about 2 estranged siblings coming back together.
Shut up, dummy.
This actually does look funny.
Yeah, Awkwafina and Sandra Oh are the stars. It does look fun. Quiz Lady is streaming on Hulu now, if you'd like to see that. And I need to mention this too, because I was talking to both Steve and Kathy about this. If you guys have not seen the John Travolta as Santa Claus Capital One commercial
I
yet?
have not.
The new one is great.
So
It's
good.
fantastic. It is so well done. The new one?
Yeah.
Is there an old one?
Yeah, they had him on the phone talking to a couple of different people. This was last year.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Oh yeah, he was sitting in it appeared to be the North Pole and getting.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so this is a continuation.
Oh, it's excellent.
good. It's
I
really
love
good.
it. It plays off of Saturday Night Fever. So if you haven't seen it yet, check that out. All right, we will take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll do the Fox Good Day thing coming up. Secret text word. By the way, tickets to see Nate Bargatze, who's going to be playing at the Wells Fargo Center March 7th. Text the word secret to 39333 in order to win. We'll be back in just a second. Stay with us. The Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects, and a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see.
Yeah.
I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right, exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
So
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What
and
caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything, and then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree. I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. We're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing that.
You wouldn't
It's
know
all
what that tastes
legit.
like anyway.
It's all edible, and
Or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No,
nothing
Is there a
gross.
chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly?
I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an
burnt orange.
peel.
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and goes, "Oh, it's not real." Never mind.
Not real.
Yeah,
Like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right.
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yeah,
anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But I have, as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, but there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But like now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my my last day.
All right,
Steve,
man.
were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after.
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess you... Wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too.
Yeah.
So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Because of the texture.
The little treats.
Yeah, but it's the texture. Like Steve said, you're constantly searching for something. So like, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right now, that's
like-
because I can't taste anything.
Like zero sugar ice cream. And
Yeah,
stuff like
can't you
that,
find something that like is
will approximate it?
that
the
approximates the texture and that is not
putty
loaded with.
Case, you could.
Yeah.
Those are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we
Let's hear
need
it.
to do this after the contest.
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh, these bad headphones.
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay.
The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand me, I can sip it without smelling it. Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll up.
Okay.
She'll up. She'll put it in your hand. Okay.
Man, I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going to
think.
smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, yeah, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay, and what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
I have to touch the boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever wanted to see Marissa feel up Kathy.
Oh, my God, dude. Now go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh, my God.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Smell. Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need to take a sip of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's see. We're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet you could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you that one of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to guess.
But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
I like this one.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what?
WMMR.
Thank you, Kathy. 5 days till Camp Out for Hunger.
yeah,
Just going to
baby.
keep the countdown going, but we are only 5 days away from starting our 26th annual Camp Out for Hunger.
Very exciting.
Yeah, and
terrifying.
Working on some fun stuff, so get set for that. But we need to do some other things, and we would like to expand your mind. It is time to head to the Just Saying Institute, friends.
The Just Saying Institute, home of the totally pesto-teria.
The pesto-teria.
Yeah, you like that?
I love it. We serve nothing but pesto.
Yeah.
I love that. I saw some really interesting stories that I thought were worth passing along. And, of course, these are all scientific and medical studies, information that you can use.
That kind of stuff.
This has to do with one of our neighbors in the solar system. Saturn, of course, has the most pronounced rings out of the 4 planetary systems that host that natural phenomenon, because there are a handful of
I'm
others.
a Saturn fan. Are you a Saturn fan?
I think Saturn. I think Jupiter is probably my favorite of the planets, but Saturn is a very close second. I love Saturn.
Jupiter is Fonzie, and Saturn is Pinky Tuscadero.
Okay,
Yeah.
I could see that. But the other planets that have rings are some of the other gas giants. Like I think Neptune.
Neptune does. Right.
And Uranus or Uranus.
Yeah,
as some
your
people like
big
to
bleeding
say.
anus.
But I'm not sure all 4 of them that have rings. But here's the deal. So, according to news outlets, the planet Saturn
yes,
has slowly been losing its rings. And NASA says that by 2025,
What? No.
the rings will no longer be easily visible on Earth.
Because
I had no idea.
Right now, they're pretty visible if you have a decent telescope. Even, well, have you seen them on a backyard telescope? I have.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can see them.
Yeah, and you can see the moons and everything from a telescope. But anyhow, so yeah, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, and Neptune, they're the ones that all have rings.
Saturn was always my favorite planet in school. When I had to do a project, I'd have to, you'd have to choose a planet and research it. Saturn was always my one. And I remember I had to create a model of the solar system. And of course, my dad did it for me. But
of course, as a good parent does.
As a good parent does, he did it for me. And but yeah, like I just remember like the coloring. I did, all the colors and all that, and then he put it together. But yeah, Saturn for whatever reason was my favorite.
Well, visually, it's a beautiful looking object. I mean, there's something really unique and cool about it.
So you keep hearing different information, but the rings are comprised of matter that rose up from collisions with other like asteroids and meteors, or does that matter that comprises the rings come from the actual creation of Saturn itself?
Not really sure. I mean, I've always thought it was
Kathy.
Just debris from collisions that got caught up in its magnetic field or in its gravitational field. So yeah, but I was surprised to hear that they are, going away. So NASA confirmed in 2018 that Saturn was losing its iconic rings due to its formidable gravitational pull that siphons particles from the rings at a rate fast enough to fill an Olympic-sized swimming pool every half hour.
So basically,
I wish we would have known this while Derek was here the other
Yes!
day. Derek Pitts, I would love to have asked him about that. They say it will take eons for the rings to vanish completely.
There we go.
But their days of being easily visible from Earth are numbered. So just to see them from here is going to be a little bit more difficult.
I love. I was
surprised.
The whole process, even just taking out a pair of binoculars and looking at the moon.
Sure.
Any of that stuff is just amazing.
On the drive into work this morning, it was a great view of Crescent Moon and Venus. And when I got here, I went down the hall and you could look out the hallway, look out one of the windows and see the sunrise, Venus, and the crescent moon all at the same time. So I took a picture and put it up on Instagram. It's pretty neat.
When you look at these larger planets, these gas giants through a telescope, and I remember the first time going, well, what are those little? What are the little dots around there? They're like, those are the moons.
Yeah.
And you're like, oh my god! And you can see them clearly from the telescope.
What's that
and
big eye? Move your head.
And they are way further away from the planet than you realize they are. They're way out. They're not just hanging real close by. It's pretty cool.
I think 5 years ago, I got to go with Derek Pitts to the rooftop observatory at the Franklin Institute. And even in the city with all the light pollution that we have in Philadelphia, Preston, you can look through that telescope and see unbelievably amazing things. And Steve, like to your point, you can just look at the moon for a half hour, which you obviously can see visibly all the time. But Preston, I highly recommend it. I think you'd really enjoy it.
Yeah, I will have to do that someday for sure. But yeah, I thought that was an interesting bit of scientific discovery to pass along to you. By 2025, the rings will no longer be easily visible from Earth.
Does Derek Pitts play an instrument? Because Preston, you could invite him over and jam a little bit.
We could jam stars. I don't know. We'll have to ask. All right, here. Let's go to something totally different from the Just Saying Institute. If you've ever been in a car accident, maybe to you it seemed like time slowed down a little bit. Like when people are faced with a near fatal experience, things can go in slow motion.
I have certainly had that happen. I remember one incident in particular where I thought I was going to die and everything slowed down.
No kidding. What was happening?
I was on the Seaford Oyster Bay Expressway, Kathy. You know this.
Yes.
And I hit a patch of a hydroplane.
Yeah.
It was my mother's Pontiac. Went up on two wheels.
Whoa.
And I can remember it seemed like it was up there for about a half hour. That like I could have left, gotten a sandwich, and came back.
Oh.
Wow.
And then Preston, it could have gone one of two ways, flipped over entirely, but it came back down on all fours.
Yeah, I was riding my dirt bike and went off a jump and went up in the air, and I pulled the wheel up and I went too far and I went backwards, upside down. And I remember like every second of
it.
And it was, I guess it seemed like time kind of slowed down
and
a little bit.
You can see it concretely in your mind right now, can't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah. So now scientists suggest that it could be a survival tactic deployed by the brain to increase our chance of survival. So the perceived slowing of time may be the brain going into hyper focus, giving people a better chance to react to the situation.
Oh, no.
Professor Ruth Ogden, a psychologist at Liverpool John Moores University in England, recently penned a report for The Conversation where she had uncovered why time may slow down during a car crash, heart attack, or other events that put us inches away from death. She explained that our brain processes time. Our brain processes time is closely related to the way in which it processes emotion. This is because brain regions that regulate emotion are also linked to time processing. She said during heightened emotion, the activation caused by the brain attempts to maintain stability, which alters its ability to process time. Okay.
What?
I know. I got lost there.
It's a bunch of crap.
The slowing of time could be part of a fight or flight response, which kicks in when you feel threatened, preparing you to either react or retreat from the situation.
So let me get this straight. When you have one of these situations, you are not slowing down universal time. You're just perceiving it.
I think that is the case, yes.
All right.
When in a dangerous situation, off-the-cuff reactions could make the case worse, but by your brain slowing down time, you have a chance to catch your breath and formulate a strategy.
Did time slow down when Rochelle caught you in your room with the laptop?
Oh, my God.
Time stopped.
Yeah.
Right there.
When my wife
I had something in my hand.
When my wife caught me using the PlayStation for a similar, I'm like, oh no!
I was playing a game.
Mine was not that, and it wasn't an accident, but it was a fall, and I remember it. Like I remember every single tumble that I took. I was in Stone Harbor, and I was walking out of a bar, and it was late at night. And there were steps to go down. We had to walk down the steps to get into the car that we were, to go home or whatever.
Right.
And I remember thinking I'm fine. You're not drunk. You're fine. Mm-hmm. And I remember falling and thinking, why am I falling? You're not drunk. What is the problem? What's happening? And
so you're able to process it and ask yourself questions. That's pretty funny.
And I remembered every single every single step and roll. I mean, I rolled it down. I was all dressed up. I had heels on, and
man, how many steps?
Case, it was the little shopping area in Stone Harbor. I mean, it's a decent amount of steps. It was maybe 10 steps, something like that. And
so I love you dearly, but I would give good money to see that.
Steve, the people I were with, and I could see their faces too. I remember them just wide-eyed. And this was the best part. I landed on a police officer's foot. And he just looked at the people I was with, and he goes, "She's not driving, is she?" They were like, "No, she's not."
Wow.
That is wild.
No, she's flying.
But that is...
I really, in case I got up and I was like, I don't even understand why I felt like I'm not drunk. I'm fine.
Kathy, I had a similar thing. It was with 100 steps in Manayunk. I was going down. I was going to take, at the time, my dog Chelsea, going out on our hike. And I did not know that a thin layer of ice had formed on the steps. And I literally on my back, I looked sprawled like the Christ figure, and my dog's just looking at me like,
"You okay?"
But I remember every step, every moment of it. It seemed to go on for 20 minutes.
It's so it feels like it slows down. It really does feel like the time slows down.
It's an interesting phenomenon.
I read a study a few years ago that says if there is an incident where adrenaline kicks in, that automatically creates stronger mememories.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing in both of these instances, the adrenaline started kicking in your body, and that's why they become more memorable. And Steve, to your point, you're just everything slows down around your head and you're going down those damn steps. But you look back on it and it's a very vivid memory.
Yeah, as was the car going up on two wheels. Did you ever see that movie with Scarlett Johansson, Lucy?
Oh, yeah.
No.
I love that movie.
Yeah, I do. Basically, she gets this overdose of this drug that basically does that. She's just almost like a prostitute, but she gets... They use her as a drug mule, and the packets of drugs in her system open up, and so it starts to increase the adrenaline, and it makes her super able to retain information. It's pretty wild, yeah.
So they're saying that this is part of a mechanism that we have built in to maybe help you react a little bit better. But then wouldn't it stand to reason that you would be able to help yourself if you were falling onto a cop's foot or something like that? If you slowed down like that? I don't know. So anyhow, it says, paradoxically, time is perceived to pass slowly in situations where there's almost nothing happening or a great deal is happening. In other words, the complexity of a situation is either much higher or much lower than normal. So it's a perceived passage of time sometimes. So, all right, going back to the Saturn's ring story. Hang on, Brad is on the line and wants to comment on something. Hi, Brad, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hey, Gadzooks, guys.
Gadzooks, buddy. Hey, what's up?
Not much. I just wanted to call in to say you were saying something about Saturn's ring invisible, and I just wanted to make the point is they're not going to be invisible forever and going away forever. It's a matter of the angle that you can view the rings on, and the planet turns ever so slightly over the course of the years and will become edge on and will be virtually invisible when the rings are edge on. But the turning will continue, and they'll come back into visibility.
You know what, Brad? As I saw your call up here on our screener, I looked it up quickly, and you are correct.
Wow.
And that's
Check out the big brain on Brad.
That's going to be 2025. And so said that for a couple of years, it's going to be difficult to see them.
So it won't be a case of the matter that comprises the rings.
But I did follow up with that they are slowly over time eroding.
Okay.
Just in many lifetimes.
That'll be over eons.
Yeah, exactly. So, Brad,
I'm worried.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You are now an honorary member of the board of the Just Saying Institute.
Well, I think someone should get you're getting a jar of Totally Pesto.
Yeah, we're going to give you some Totally Pesto.
I'm honored.
All right, thanks, Brad. I appreciate it.
How about that?
Take care. See ya.
See, the listeners are far more.
I didn't do anything.
Did somebody fart? Or,
No.
Okay, I just smelled something.
Kathy.
I'm sorry.
You're so stupid.
Maybe I'm just smelling pesto.
Yeah.
Maybe my mind is taking
See, that's
me there.
it. Your mind slows down and you smell pesto.
Totally pesto.
I love how you go, did someone fart? Like, if anyone farted, it would only be one person in this room.
That's why I looked at it.
Probably the coolest person in this room, right?
All right. Here's another story from the Just Saying Institute. Chimpanzees use human-like warfare tactics.
Back off, war chimp.
Seriously.
Back off, war child. Seriously.
Seriously, back off, war chimp.
They do it in order to avoid their enemies, scientists have discovered. So scientists found that chimpanzees, studied across 3 years, often used high ground to keep eyes on rival groups, just like humans in warfare.
When you learn about chimps and chimpanzees and the brutality, like they can be wonderful and display many attributes that make them sort of warm and appear, and they are. But when they are raging and waging war against other chimps, they are savage.
Oh yeah. They'll sometimes eat the other ones.
They will
too.
eat the other ones. They will rip hands off. They'll target genitals. They'll rip them off.
So the high ground technique is one of the oldest military tactics in human history, and until now, the tactic was thought to be unique to humans. Scientists tracked these chimps across their respective territories and areas where fighting between them occasionally took place.
Banger, I can see the advancing army.
And they found that they were twice as likely to climb to high points when heading to the borders of their rival territories compared to when they were traveling to their territory.
You know where high ground doesn't really... it doesn't play in your favor is if you're going to get in a fight at a sporting event and you are one row up, don't do that.
Gravity is your enemy.
Yeah, gravity is absolutely your enemy.
Oh, because you're going to fall.
Yeah.
You've seen a few stadium chimp fights?
Yeah. Well, I'm just in human fights.
You're easily taken down if you're in that position.
Sylvain Lemon, a biological anthropologist, said high elevation helps in increasing detection distance, but these chimpanzees are still able to detect rivals more than 1.2 miles away. We also confirmed that chimpanzees are able to evaluate their own numbers, but also rivals' numbers from a distance, which was also surprising given the long distances between the neighboring communities.
It's pretty wild.
Mechanisms of long-distance detection of numbers are unclear, but likely act by hearing pant hoots and buttress drumming emitted by distant neighbors.
Pant hoots?
Yes.
And the hoot toot?
And buttress drumming as well. So is that them hitting their... They're all from Shelbyville. No, I assume the buttress hitting is the pounding on the chest type thing.
Yeah.
Which they really do if you watch any nature documentaries on these animals. But while on higher ground, the chimps kept quiet and resisted foraging and carrying out other usual behaviors. So they're on lookout patrol for real.
It is pretty. It's amazing. I mean, you love them, but we had the guy who would bring the chimp in here,
Mikey and Louie.
Yeah, and it was sweet and cool. But the second, if you felt the grasping strength of that little chimp,
well, even when they
they're
would
not
hug,
pets.
like, because he would
Yeah.
allow them to hug us.
Yeah.
It was like a tight little
Yeah.
hug there.
Did you ever see the movie Nope?
Yep.
There is a brutal.
Good.
I want to see that.
Okay, there's.
Oh, wait, I did see it. Yeah. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The TV show.
Oh, yes.
It's crazy. Yeah.
Well, and I forget their name, but that couple that had
Yeah.
Louie and what was it, Nick? Mikey,
yeah.
Louie and Mikey. They ended up sending them to a zoo because they got out of their enclosure, which was inside of their house. By the way, why they had the closure inside their house, I don't know, but they ended up sending them away.
So they found these chimps on higher ground purely to seek out the locations of the rival groups. They said this suggests forethought as they altered their behavior accordingly depending on the location of their enemies. So this is, a pretty intense. That's Planet of the Apes
It's
stuff,
totally.
man.
And there's a new Planet of the Apes movie coming out.
There is.
Is there?
What
Yeah.
a coincidence. All right, so that's pretty interesting news. We have other studies from the Just Saying Institute. This one I wasn't happy to see, but I will pass along to you. The 2 new preliminary studies on recreational marijuana and health strengthen existing evidence that regular use negatively impacts heart and brain health.
Yeah, I saw this.
According to the American Heart Association, the first report, drawing on data from a major study involving more than 150,000 people from all walks of American society, looking at the relationship between lifestyle, biology, and environment, found that daily use of marijuana raised the risk of developing heart failure by about a third compared with non-users. Yeah.
Is this like, I assume, smoking flower?
Well, you know what? They have not, Casey, at the very end of this article, they said, hang on a second here. They noted in their findings that data the study utilized did not differentiate whether the marijuana intake was via smoking or by mouth, which can make a difference to its impact on the cardiovascular system. So it might, like edibles might be better. I don't know. They have not indicated in this study.
They say, though, in the same study, that excessive drinking can add years to your life. And this was sponsored by Kettle One. And
No, they did not. A research team from MedStar Health found that among the healthy people it followed, those who use marijuana had a 34% higher risk of developing heart failure during the 45 months of the study compared to those who reported never using marijuana. This risk was the same regardless of age, sex, or smoking history, with the findings of the study suggesting that coronary artery disease was the pathway through which daily marijuana use may lead to heart failure. Ooh.
Yeah. I mean, a lot of people thought, well, listen, whatever you're going to do, you're going to do. But it helps to know this,
Yeah.
you know?
Sure.
I mean, and it really does make Coke seem much more
Yeah.
The analysis took into account, by the way, it was 2% of the participants developed heart failure during the study period. The analysis took into account demographic and economic factors, alcohol use, smoking, and other cardiovascular risk factors associated with heart failure, including type 2 diabetes, high blood pressure, high cholesterol, and obesity.
Do you know the segment can control it a bit, though, is daily consumption of Pesto, Preston.
Well, Pesto's not bad for you at all.
I wonder if there's any correlating studies, Preston, to see what marijuana would do on stress levels, right? Because you would think that if you partake, your stress might be lower than somebody else's who doesn't, and perhaps that would actually ease some stress on your heart.
Maybe,
But
I don't know, man. I've got a hold of some sativas that have made me feel pretty jumpy.
Okay.
So
yeah, I
it
get that.
depends on what you're,
Yeah.
I saw a
smoking.
study, Preston, that said because of the increased potency of marijuana today, and I don't know if it goes with edibles or whatever else, that exactly what you said, more and more people are reporting that instead of a calming effect, it agitates and can wind you up.
It can, depending on what you got. So
I always think about Willie Nelson, and I know he's probably the anomaly
There
here,
you
but
go.
like that dude's lived to 95 at this point, you know?
Yeah, the last thing you expect to see is Willie Nelson on top of a Nakatomi Plaza with a machine gun.
Yeah, and to remind you, like Snoop Dogg got outsmoked by Willie Nelson. I mean, that's all you need to say.
When you tap out.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's 90.
Casey, when should we break? We're doing Fox Good Day today.
Now.
Okay, so we're done?
Damn
it.
Oh, man. I had another really good one.
All right, if you can do it in 2 minutes.
Nah, it's okay. We'll cover it another time. So, sorry, gang. You'll just have to visit again. We've got lots of things here for you at the Just Saying Institute, including the new Pestorium.
Pestoteria.
Yeah, Pestoteria. That's it. All right. So let us take a break, but remind you, we do have a secret text word today, and we're giving away tickets to see Nate Bargatze, who's going to be performing Thursday, March 7th at the Wells Fargo Center. Tickets are on sale now for that, but if you haven't gotten them yet, text word secret to 39333. We'll get you in the running to win those tickets. We'll be back in a second, and yes, we're going live on Fox Good Day, and we'll have the Bizarre File for you, so stay put.
Wow, so a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe, so
what it is.
sweet, savory, what is the reaction?
No, like vinegar maybe?
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing,
It doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vinegar.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate sauce.
The FUD.
What about? I think she was going to say fudge.
Like
FUD.
So that I can smell. I can smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
It's not hot sauce. It's chocolate sauce.
Sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's
Dear
what you
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing.
Well,
and not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right.
This one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah, that sounds about right.
Does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm. Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God! Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try that.
Yeah.
one?
Okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But
I-
smelling it.
No smell.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
Different
water.
water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that the sweet stuff
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a little
sweet
bit?
more
rocking
so
sweet.
than
Yeah.
anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in that says sweet is the last taste to be lost even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging.
That's
This
why
is
old people
only-
love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Wow. Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
Oh, well, good for you.
So,
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
chocolate
yeah.
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston. You're legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find 1 or 2 things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
you know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy, had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go away. So this is something you'll have to test with...
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Huh.
So eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm
perplexed
not like a
by
huge fan. I think it might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
it? Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth's.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's
Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Wait,
So we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never. Well, we have met many times. Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that, and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm
a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so here's... Okay, this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to
just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that. It's gristly.
Yeah.
Move your tongue around.
I have no friggin' idea.
No idea. Smell it.
I feel like it's probably a spice or something, but I have no idea.
But it should be very recognizable by taste, no question. Nothing when you smell it?
I'm trying.
She's not getting it. And she's inhaling deeply.
You would know this in a heartbeat.
Cinnamon.
Oh,
It's just straight up cinnamon.
No.
Yeah, nothing. Even after you know, you don't recognize it.
Not that one.
Okay.
The more you know.
If you're tuning in, Kathy lost her taste, and we're testing her on that. Let's do number 10, if you will, please. And we're back to liquids now.
Okay.
Let's have a little sipperoonie and see what you get from that.
Is it alcohol?
Like rubbing alcohol, yeah.
No. That's all I
She's
get.
saying
It doesn't
alcohol.
taste anything, but I feel like maybe
Like vodka?
Like a vodka or something like that.
Do you get a burn from it, or
Yeah, like a little burn.
Down your throat?
Yeah.
Okay, then that's why, because it's alcohol. It's vodka. She can taste that it's alcohol, and I get that, because as you... Outside of the taste in your mouth, once it goes down your throat, you get this warmness, this heat.
Right.
So,
Marissa, can I taste that one just to?
Hey, Kath, a question for you then, because I know you like to drink wine and you're pretty particular about your wines. Will you just go buy the cheapest ones possible now?
Well, no, what's funny is, because they'll probably give me a headache.
Yeah.
I was at my brother's house, and, he knows what I like to drink, and he didn't have it. And I go, what is this? He goes, it doesn't matter. Just drink it. You'll be fine.
Thunderbird.
When friends drop by who can't taste anything, give him the cheapest crap you've got in the house. That's why I reach for the Thunderbird.
James Mason approved. All right, here's the next one. This is number 11. You should get something for this.
11!
Let's see.
There's a reaction.
Got a real
scowl. She actually did De Niro there for a second.
Yeah.
You talking to me?
Whatever it is, I'm not a fan.
Not so much.
Interesting that there are bad tastes that work through.
Nick, it's not a bad taste. It's like that vinegar feeling again. Like if
Okay.
So I have no idea.
That makes sense for this. Do you want to smell it?
Smell
it. Smell it.
You can smell it. You can smell it. Do you smell something?
Yeah.
Okay.
She's doing De Niro again.
I don't like this. I don't know what it is. I don't like it.
It's Worcestershire sauce.
And you know what? I don't put that on anything. So
Okay. Not even in Bloody Marys? Well, it's already in Bloody Marys.
no,
usually,
I'm
so.
not a Bloody Mary fan.
Okay, all right. So no dice on Worcestershire. We've got 4 more to go.
4 more.
Here is number 12.
You've had a pretty decent degree of success, Kathy. At least your ability.
Well, the vodka one I'm kind of only half giving to her because she couldn't identify it. You should be able to tell that it was vodka.
All right. A big scowl on this one. We don't. Preston's the only one who knows what this is. Preston and Marissa. So we're guessing along.
This gave the puckering again. I don't know what it is, but again, it's like triggering something in my mouth.
Take a smell. Take a
All right.
sniff. You don't know. You can't taste it.
Vinegar.
Okay. But it's a very specific kind of vinegar.
Yeah, the kind that smells like feet.
Okay. It is apple cider vinegar.
It'll cure everything.
There's a shot of that every day, right?
That's what they say.
I should get my taste back after that.
Right. All right, we have 3 more. This is mystery taste number 13. And let's see how you do on this one.
My stomach's gonna be great after this.
I know, right? Fortunately, you're just taking little baby sips, so.
You're going to be farting clouds.
All right.
Didn't get a reaction.
Spending some time with this one.
Okay. Not as much as a scowl from the Worcestershire. All right, so she's feeling it.
There's like something in it, some peppers or something.
Would you say Thunderbird?
It was like there was substance to it. There's particles in there.
Particles.
I don't know what it is, but it's making my mouth burn a little bit. It has a little kick to it.
Burn a little bit. All right, so but you don't know.
Can I smell it?
Sure.
Can I?
What do you think? What do you think, Kat?
Can
I don't know. I want to say like
good.
Pickled something again.
Pickled something.
It's hot sauce.
Straight up hot sauce.
Yeah, it's
What's the
Mr.
title of it?
Mr. Deck's hot sauce.
This is I'm the marketing director of this company.
Yeah, the name this particular flavor is called Butt Blaster.
Oh, really?
They're out of,
Seriously?
they're out of Newport Beach, California.
I like that.
So it's very, it's a like a very
Powerful.
hot.
Yeah.
Who brought that?
I did. I'm seriously the marketing director of this company.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I brought it in.
Did you come up with the name Butt Blaster?
It was a collaborative effort, so yes.
Who's Mr. Dex?
A college friend, and this is a side project. And this is as far as I've gotten as marketing director.
How do you like the taste?
I love it. I put it on.
Do you put that
I
S on
put that, but I put it on pizza. I put it on eggs.
By the way, this particular heat rating is 2.5 out of 5.
Yeah, it's not that hot.
So not crazy
All right.
hot, but enough to give you some sensation.
Yeah,
All right,
definitely.
2 more. Here's this is another solid. I didn't know we had another solid. This is the only other solid in our list. So do the tongue thing. Stick your tongue in.
Okay.
Yeah, stick it
Do
in
that
there.
tongue thing.
Stick it in there. Love it. Stick it down in there.
Come on, man.
She's like an inquisitive look.
This I get absolutely nothing.
Really?
Absolutely nothing from
Okay,
this.
so that's a nothing, and you should be able to taste it, smell it, and see if you can come up with something there.
Nothing, huh?
Like a, I don't know. Maybe there's pepper in it. No, because I didn't feel that on my tongue at all.
No. It's garlic powder.
Oh.
Garlic
You would
powder.
absolutely know,
I'll give you a
right?
piece of gum later.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, we have one final taste in our test for you, and let's see how you do with this one.
This one,
Yes.
I also get absolutely nothing. Like it could be water to me.
Okay.
Like it could. That's the consistency.
All right. Take a little bit more. This is the last one. Finish it all off.
Put your tongue in it.
Go ahead.
No, is it going to make my stomach hurt?
No, not at all. Not at all.
Oh, yeah.
Nothing.
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 I get absolutely nothing.
Take a sniff and see if you can tell from that.
Not really. I want to say, is it another alcohol?
Sauvignon Blanc.
MMR.
Thanks, Kath. We got a little less than a minute before we go on Fox Good Day. A reminder that the presidency of Dorm Decor TikTok tour is up and running. The voting is happening as we speak, so you can go to PrestonandSteve.com.
I got to check that out.
Yeah.
And take a look when you get a chance. And it's brought to you by College Ave Student Loans, a better way to pay for college. So if you get a chance, do that.
Nice.
Campout's coming up 5 days. I'm going to keep hitting the countdown as we get closer and closer to the event. Our 26th year of doing this at right next to Xfinity Live. At WMMR.com/campout, you get the information, including free donor parking on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday nights. And you can find out the details about that because there are sporting events taking place that night. All right, here we go, live on Fox. Good day.
Hey, Preston and Steve. Your crew there, are you all set in your ways? When was the last time, Steve, you did something new, something you've never done before?
Well, it depends. Are you talking something extreme or going out to a new place or experiencing a new movie? Any of those? I am a creature of habit, but I do like to experience new things. I'm like an onion. There are many layers to me, and I make you cry when you cut me. So yeah, but
I cry all the time. That's
she's right, crying. But I do. I'm probably more a creature of habit, in that I like to stick to the things that I like. But then again, I'm always checking out new movies. I'm always, restaurants. I tend to stick with my group that I go to most often.
Yeah.
I think like Marissa's very adventurous. Kathy's a complete loose cannon. Preston's bouncing off the walls. Preston, you're more like me, right?
Well, I went to a new massage place recently. It was called Happy Endings.
Oh, there you go. That's a great place.
I had to go there.
Place. You know what's great about them? They have mints by the cash register.
They do. No, we like to go. I'd say about every 2 months or so, we'll try a new restaurant. We'll check something new out.
And that's adventurous, as adventurous as you get.
Yeah, I mean, golf is my activity. I try to get out and play courses I've never played before, stuff like that. But I'm not crazy adventurous.
Nothing real radical.
Well, Kathy does bounty hunting now and then.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
No, I'm not good with change. It takes me a little while. I have to get used to things. I'm redoing my kitchen, and I had a hard time getting rid of my old kitchen cabinets. I was like, they're not really that bad, though.
Yeah, creature habit.
Yeah. Now, see, it seems like Casey Boy would be adventurous.
Yeah, absolutely.
Boy.
He's the Magellan of the show.
Here we go. Yeah, probably. I don't know.
You are.
Although, I mean, I just did the same vacation this past summer that I did 6 years ago.
What was that vacation? It was very cool.
I mean, it's, I rafted through the Grand Canyon. I slept under the stars, and that was pretty adventurous. But
come on.
I know.
He went to the bathroom outside.
I did. Well, there was nowhere else to go.
I did that last night.
He also runs out in the snow naked and stuff. So
One of my favorite clips of all time.
Not naked. I was, I think, wearing underpants. But if you watch that clip, you realize that when I started running outside, I didn't anticipate it being as cold as it was.
Well, how could you possibly think that? It was snow.
I noticed how cold it was on the way back.
You did, right?
Yeah. Yeah, not that I was looking.
You were.
It was hard to see.
Yeah.
Are you guys adventurous?
Well, I was trying to think of something new.
Mike will eat anything. So.
Oh, I eat any kind of. You put it in front of me, I'll eat it.
The last
ladies? Thing I think I did that was.
My goodness.
Go.
Oh, yeah? You just got yourself in trouble.
We've been cut off.
I know. They're going to get us in trouble one day.
Okay. All right, I guess we can do the Bizarre File now.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by Lehigh Valley Restaurant Group Red Robin. They've got holiday gifts all wrapped, and you can give the gift of yum with a $25 Red Robin holiday gift card and get a $5 bonus buck reward for you. And that's now through December 31st. Red Robin, yum. All right, so we'll start with a poop story.
A poop story.
An Ohio judge has issued an arrest warrant for a woman accused of defecating on a church altar. Laura Menard was due in court on Monday for a hearing in connection with her indictment for allegedly relieving herself inside the chapel at Cincinnati's Good Samaritan Hospital. When Menard failed to appear for her court date, the judge ordered her arrest. Originally busted for desecration, a felony, Menard was subsequently indicted for criminal damage or endangerment.
You're in a building full of bedpans.
Since her arrest earlier this year, Menard had repeatedly violated terms of her supervised release. She was busted in May after she allegedly defecated on the altar and used a fabric runner on the altar to wipe herself.
That's not right.
Cops charged that she also used a picture in a chapel and smeared feces on the table of an altar.
And she sort of looks like David Faustino, Preston. We're looking at a picture.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a place where people go if they're praying for someone who's sick or in a bad way.
Yeah.
That's just wrong.
You don't want to smear poop.
No.
There's other places.
There are other poop smearing places.
Florida man who police say apparently tried to. This is a disturbing story.
All right.
Heads up, okay?
But
Florida man who police say apparently tried to circumcise a toddler he was babysitting has been charged with felony child abuse. Timothos Powell was arrested on Monday in connection to the incident involving a 2-year-old boy. He's 29 years old, by the way, the gentleman. Detectives learned about the child's injuries when the State Department of Children and Family investigators asked for assistance with the case. The investigator was notified by staff of a local hospital the boy had been brought into treatment for a cut to his penis. The injury caused bleeding. Powell, who was caring for the child while the child's mother was at work, was seen on surveillance video changing the child's diaper. Investigator said he initially told police that he found a piece of glass in the diaper and believed it cut the child. But when confronted about the injury, Powell said he was frustrated, lost his temper, and pulled down on the child with force, hurting him. But a nurse and doctor said the cut was much too clean and precise to be accidental. The nurse did note that the injury had to have been inflicted by someone. The doctor also agreed the wound was too precise for a skin tear and was done with intent.
This is just insane.
And how could you ever possibly think you could get away with something like that even?
Was he someone they'd used before? Was he vetted?
I don't know.
Did he say on his resume that I'm an amateur mohel?
Yeah, Powell is slated to be arraigned on the charge on November 21st. That is messed up. Here's a follow-up story. A prominent Canadian author has pleaded guilty after she was accused of kidnapping her son and faking their deaths. Dawn Walker, an indigenous woman of Saskatchewan, was reported missing in the summer of 2022, sparking a high-profile search for her. She was found in Oregon with her son 2 weeks later. Walker has said that she disappeared because she was fleeing domestic violence. Police later charged her with 9 offenses, including parental abduction, identity fraud, and forging a passport. She'd initially
Walker told me I have AIDS.
Pleaded not guilty in the case, but on Thursday, Walker entered a guilty plea to 3 charges, and both her lawyer and the prosecutor have asked the judge for a 12-month conditional sentence, meaning she would serve time in the community and be followed by an 18-month probation. The judge must now decide on a final sentence. So after a 2-week search, which including probing the South Saskatchewan River, police announced in August of 2022 that Walker had been found safe with her child more than 1,000 miles away in Oregon.
Back home to Oregon.
One more time.
Back home to Oregon. And why?
All good questions.
Good use.
All
Back
good
home to
questions.
Oregon.
Yeah. So she had fled to Oregon.
And why?
Back home to Oregon.
I hate it when people call it Oregon, by the way. So she fled due to her honest belief that the child faced grievous imminent harm and that her disappearance was the final most desperate attempt in a long series of fruitless bids to seek protection from authorities.
This is such a crock of shit.
And there you go. Yes.
I don't think they're buying it.
All right. Here's another horrible story with children involved.
Wow. Circumcision, kidnapping.
A group of incensed Florida parents say their children were whipped at their prep school in Orlando last week. Police responded to Alpha Learning Academy, which is run by the St. Mark AME Church, Thursday afternoon in response to allegations. Parents say that a pastor at the church, who was not directly involved with the school, walked into the 4th grade classroom, told students that they'd be whipped with a belt for misbehaving.
It's whipping time.
They say that he told any student who'd misbehaved to stand up unless they wanted an even worse punishment.
I want to fight you.
Then asked the teacher to point out any others who'd also misbehaved.
I want to hear what Pacino has to say about this. Anything applicable?
I'm just getting warmed up.
Parents say 8 children were whipped with a belt, receiving 3 lashes each.
That's wrong.
He's not a bad man.
At least one of them was left with bruises on his upper leg, his mother said. They say that nothing like this has happened before during their time at the school. And
What the hell is that?
And showed media outlets the school handbook, which does not mention whipping. They are calling for the pastor to be arrested and the teacher involved to be held accountable. Police confirm an investigation is underway. The parents also say the pastor is claiming that the children volunteered to be whipped.
Oh, yes, kids always do.
Which they say is a lie. And one mother says when she withdrew her daughter from the school, the administrators tried to have her sign a form saying that the reason had to do with academics, and she made them change it to...
You better think again.
...to child abuse.
Yes,
So,
yes.
Yeah, totally. All right, one more story, and then we will wrap this up. 4 men have been charged in the theft of a solid gold toilet, which was valued at roughly $1.25 million when it was stolen.
Didn't Larry Flynn have one of those?
Its current value, which has not been, by the way, it hasn't been found, is roughly $5.93 million.
Wow.
I don't know if Larry Flynn did. He had a gold-plated wheelchair when he was here.
Yeah.
So the toilet was taken from Blenheim Palace, Winston Churchill's birthplace, in 2019, just days after its installation. It had been previously displayed at the Guggenheim Museum in New York City as part of an America exhibit.
I got to take a Guggenheim.
By Italian artist Maurizio Catalan. After the theft, Catalan said he hoped that the robbery was a kind of Robin Hood-inspired action. But the toilet was fully functional before it was taken. The gold toilet had been connected to the plumbing system, and the toilet's removal caused significant damage and flooding to the building.
You would think they would be under a little bit more protection if it's worth that amount of money.
Yeah. So James Sheen faces charges of burglary. Michael Jones also, and Fred Doe and Bora Gukuk. Yeah.
Okay.
Are accused of conspiring to transfer criminal property. His last name is spelled Guccuk.
That sounds like Gukuk.
Gukuk. Hey, Gukuk.
My name is Gukuk.
And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you.
That was bizarre.
Yeah.
That was from beginning to end, push the boundaries.
I got some other goodies coming up later, too. All right, so as we are taking a break, which we're doing now, we have tickets, to see Tom Papa. The Good Stuff tour, the Guk tour.
Yeah.
Show number 2 at the Keswick Theater, by the way. So that'll be Saturday, February 17th. So why don't we take call number 17 then? 215-263-WMMR. Tickets will be on sale this Friday via AXS.com. So give us a call right now. All right, we'll take a break. We'll come back in just a moment or two. Don't forget, we're going to have Art the Clown on from the Terrifier series. David Howard Thornton joining us in the 9 o'clock hour. We'll be back. Stay with us.
As well, it's Nobilo.
Oh,
wow!
You poor thing.
Nothing.
That's a shame.
Sucks.
Oh man.
So, Kat, let me ask you then.
Wait, are we done? Can I take the?
Yeah, that's it.
People will often describe water as not having a taste, but it does have a taste, and so
Kathy can tell those taste differences.
And you can tell those taste differences. So water for you, like legit, has no taste.
What?
He's saying that a lot of people describe water as having no taste.
Right.
You were able, I think I am as well, slightly able to discern between tap and bottled water.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it has a taste.
But
right now.
Oh, yeah.
It has zero taste.
Yeah, probably not. I can't believe I couldn't taste the Nobilo.
Oh, that's a bummer.
That's crazy.
So to review, she got correct and guessed correct and wasn't definitive, though, but said, well, is it chocolate syrup? So you kind of knew what it was, but you really didn't say, oh, that's it.
No, none of them I knew 100%.
Yeah, all of these were semi. So chocolate syrup, vinegar, apple juice, so the sweets you could get. And one that you could definitely, that I think you got the best was pickle juice.
Yeah, that was,
so maybe if you really want to taste something
put pickles on it.
flavor-wise, you could have pickles.
Yeah.
And the other one was vodka. Or I put in alcohol because you didn't quite get the vodka right. So out of 15, you were able to identify really 4, and that's it.
Marissa, was the I'll just say it, the honey was that usable? By the way, I just grabbed these things out of the...
Oh, you know what? I just stopped at 15. We brought so
no
many
problem.
things, so.
It
You wanna
has.
see if you can smell it?
The
yet?
honey has a taste to it.
Is that like spice habanero or
There's
something?
another taste, and I'd be curious if she'd be able to taste. Don't show her the label if you can avoid it.
what? Like it's
It's
flavored honey.
It's got another fruit in it,
Oh,
and
right,
I'd be
okay.
curious if with the sweet stuff you could do it. All right.
I won't look. I guess I can.
You can look at it.
Oh,
Yeah.
geez.
All right. Yeah.
All right.
All right.
Rub it on your sweater.
Stick your tongue in it. Yeah, it's going to be kind of hard.
Oh, yeah.
Did you get it?
No.
Nothing.
Can you taste the sweet of the honey?
A little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I can taste the sweet of the honey.
Nothing else.
No.
Because it's blueberry honey.
Blueberry honey. Okay.
No, and I'm having even the smell with this one is a little tough.
All right. Wow. Well, that sucks, man. You know, hopefully this is going to be quick.
Just
acting
400 days.
And yeah.
I know that poor guy.
I know.
I really hope it doesn't.
He said he was rage eating, just eating out of anger. Even though he can't taste it, he's still going to eat something that he knows his body likes.
I'll tell you what, though, I'm not. I mean, I'm still eating meals because yes, you still get hungry,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
I'm not really snacking because what's the point? Like, I don't feel like anything because I know I'm not going to be able to taste it.
Yeah, a lot of times snacking is just you want some flavor.
What about
You
so
know?
hot drinks or things like that, like coffee? Nothing.
Not really. I mean, I know
people have
it's
said coffee is a big inciter.
well, and you know what, Steve? When it first happened, I was not leaving the house, obviously,
Right.
so I wasn't going to get my coffee. I could make it
Yeah.
at the house, but I was kind of skipping it because
Right.
I couldn't taste it, and I was getting the headache.
Do you think
And
you'll
I'm
try?
like, oh my god, wait, that's like the caffeine headache. You need it.
Do you think you're going to try that orange thing?
Listen, I'll try anything. Let's.
Might as well, right? I mean,
Try
if it
it.
doesn't work, it doesn't work.
Yeah.
And if for some reason it does, then you're good to go. Okay. All right, this has been the Kathy Romano Taste Test. And, young children can learn new things faster than you can.
Yeah.
Brown University researchers found children of elementary school age can learn more items within a given period of time than adults. They say this is due to differences in a brain messenger known as GABA. GABA.
Is that okay?
Yo
Gabba
Gabba?
Gabba. I mean, is Yo Gabba Gabba just nonsense, or does that have something to
I don't
do
know.
with what
Is
you're
it like
talking
Radio
about?
Gaga?
It may have something behind it, Case, which this stabilizes newly learned material. GABA does. Specifically, children were found to have a rapid boost of GABA during visual training that lasts until after training ends.
I think this is just an attempt to get people to say GABA.
Gabba Gabba. What does he
I've
say?
got a great idea. We'll pretend that we have the results of a study, and the thing we'll refer to as GABA to go along with it.
In adults,
This replaces last week's study that involved butt munch. There were no takers on that, but I think GABA we can get in there.
you remember when you were a kid, like butt munch would have been would have been a suitable insult.
Yeah. Hey, butt munch.
Shut up, butt munch.
You're disturbing my research on GABA.
In adults,
Gabba Gabba cool, man. That's what he says, right?
Zappa
Yeah.
Zappa cool.
Oh,
Zappa Zappa cool.
That's right.
Philadelphia has more than 300 historical markers spread throughout the city, each recognizing a significant person, a place, or an event that shaped Philadelphia's deployment. We were just talking about this.
I love to read them.
I do too. Casey does not like to read them because
I'm not. It's not that I don't like. I'm just not interested.
I gotcha.
It'll be a waste of my time because I will forget everything 3 steps after I walk away.
By the way, the new markers were selected from 91 applications, bringing the state's total number of markers to more than 2,500 since the program started in 1946. You want to hear who some of them are?
Yes, please.
All right, these are the ones that are going to be in Philadelphia. John G. Johnson will be celebrated.
But your cousin has to call me Jimmy.
Johnson earned his nickname America's Best Lawyer, practicing from 1862 to 1884. Among his clients were U.S. Steel, Standard Oil, DuPont, J.P. Morgan, and other corporations. So he had the big
Sorry,
clients.
Alaska.
Yeah.
You're not a state yet.
Yeah, he has a kick-ass mustache too, by the way.
Absolutely.
Johnson's personal
Ladies loved him.
art collection was, you know what he invented?
The mustache ride.
Free mustache rides. He invented that T-shirt.
Yeah, and on the back of his Conestoga wagon, it said, the bitch fell off.
Yep, and free mustache rides.
I propose the ability to ride my mustache to any lady within the city limits. Anytime, day or night, contact me and I will allow you to sit akimbo across my face. Oh, and I'm also a lawyer.
He's also a lawyer, yes. Also, Samuel V. Merrick, notable industrialist during the early years of the Industrial Revolution. He built Philadelphia's Southwark Foundry, one of the most advanced manufacturing plants of its kind in the U.S., and co-founded the Franklin Institute.
And I invented the steam-powered Sibian. It was a time of frustrated sexual appetites, and spinsters couldn't get any.
That thing was powered by steam?
Yeah.
That's powerful, man.
Absolutely. We lost many young ladies. Many of them that got on in Philadelphia ended up in Delaware.
Yes. It shot them across state lines. We're going to try this thing. We try to have toys to play with when we do the Camp Out for Hunger. And Casey found this thing. It's called the Meltdown. All right, so we're looking at a video of this outside right now. If you guys want to go outside and see this in person, you can. If you want to stay in here and watch this on the video, that's fine. I think Steve and I are going to try to head out there.
Yes.
All right, so let me describe this. It's a big ring. It's like a square, actually. It looks like it's about 20 by 20.
It's a square ring.
And in the middle of it, let's say like a boxing ring.
Yeah.
All right, so that's square. All right, anyhow, inside the middle of it is this big apparatus. It's a large arm, and obviously the object is to avoid this arm as it swings around. Now, I was out here playing with this earlier.
Yeah.
It's got 3 settings on it. All right, it's got slow, medium, and fast.
Yeah.
Fast is insane.
Is it? Oh,
it is.
Well,
like,
so
no way in hell.
All right, Steve. When I put when it was going fast,
yeah,
I was thinking, oh, there's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do this, and I put my arm up just to see what it felt like.
Right. And it ripped it off.
It almost ripped my arm straight off my body.
Do you think you could time it? Because that's obviously the key.
I don't know. And I was going to bail on this until Marissa made me feel like a giant puss.
All right, because Marissa's doing it, Casey's doing it, Nick is doing it, and we needed a 4th because the rest of us are going to get killed.
Yeah.
So Kyle is going to step up. Wide angle Kyle, who went on the road trip with Casey and Jackie Bam Bam.
Yes, wide angle. You know, me and camp out stunts have such a good history.
Here's what we're going to do. We're going to start these guys off on slow, see how they do. We'll try out medium.
No way.
And by the way, what did you tell me about fast, about recommended?
Not recommended for a very long amount of time.
Yes.
All right.
Fast is not recommended for a very long amount of time for a reason. So you will either have to jump or duck as this is going around. And all these guys are mic'd, so this should be interesting as far as the sounds that we're going to get from this.
Do you know what makes this wild, Preston, is that what they're really not standing on is very firm. It's very bouncy.
Yeah.
So that can be very confusing.
This is inflatable, and it is squishy. So, all right, your name again?
Jacob.
All right, Jacob is going to be he's going to be our inquisitor here. All right, Jacob, you ready? All right, let's begin with and give us a little bit of music, Ryan, if you could, back at the studio. All right, here we go. Let's begin on slow and see how we do. All right. And
wait, come on!
Casey.
Casey gets immediately.
I thought it was going that way.
Mulligan.
I thought it was going clockwise.
Mulligan.
Oh, it changes directions.
Yeah. Okay.
All
He's
right,
going to go back, isn't he? He's going to go counterclockwise.
Wait, does this? Here we go. All right, Marissa ducked successfully. Nick jumped over. Casey goes under. Kyle goes over the top. Marissa is down.
Yeah!
Oh my God. Casey successfully ducked. And Kyle, whoa!
He
I'm
made
great
it
at
over.
this.
Way over the top.
I like this game.
Oh, down.
Jesus.
Over.
Dude,
All right, hold on.
the jumping is useless.
It's on medium now. Hold on. This is. Oh my God. Stop. Hold on. Casey.
I knew this was going to happen.
Casey, are you okay?
What?
Yeah, he's okay.
Are you okay?
I'm fine.
Okay. That looked painful.
All right, I got to ask you something.
That was
In
slow.
what world does a non-Olympic athlete clear that? That was incredibly hard.
Did you see his neck?
Yes.
I would just like you guys to know while you were watching Casey fall, Kyle rode the thing until he knocked me down.
Oh, really?
I
knocked you down?
I mean,
And the breathing situation that's taking place right now while everybody has a minute.
By the way, Casey's still down on the ground.
Oh, he's up now.
All right.
I'll tell you this, what was hilarious, Kyle was clearing it pretty well, but at one point it caught him and threw him into Marissa.
Yes. I missed it.
What's that weekly exercise class you do? I need in.
Fortunately, we'll have video of this because I missed that part of it. I was so focused on watching Casey get knocked clear out of the air.
The worst part, so I don't even care about my neck.
So
were my love handles out?
No, you're not.
Okay.
You look stunning.
No, it wasn't embarrassing at all.
No.
Do you guys want to try it on fast?
No. That was slow. Can we go to medium?
Wait, that was medium.
Okay.
We went from slow to medium.
Can we go to super medium first?
Let's try fast.
Extra medium.
What do you want to do medium and then fast?
I don't know.
Okay.
Honestly, put us out of our misery.
WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kat. So, yes, Camp Out for Hunger 5 days away. Obviously, we're going to have tons of things there to help you. Not just us broadcasting live every single day, which we're very much looking forward to, and Pierre and Brent Porsche and Jackie Bam Bam will be down there on occasions. But you can come down and be a part of that. But also, we have Skelly's Amusements with the rides that will be for you to access. We have stuff going on in the afternoon and evening as well. Of course, we're doing Camp Out After Dark. Food trucks and fireworks. Celebration Fireworks is brought to you by Five Below, and a drone show.
A drone show
That starts at 7:30, and the FM band live on stage.
Our special guest?
I'm playing
Yes.
a couple of songs of those guys for
Nice.
sure. So that's come down early. Come down dinner time, man, because all the food trucks. And Marissa, where are those pictures I was supposed to see?
Right, yeah.
And the list of food trucks, because I want to make sure I plug all of those people so people know what kind of food they can expect.
So we're waiting on the health department to finalize it. I can give you the list. It's just not 100% sealed.
Signed, sealed, delivered on yours?
We can still go with it.
I think we can still go with it.
My guess
Wait,
is
the health department has to approve the whole event or each truck individually?
You know, there's lots of pieces going on.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, lots of hands
Lots
out.
of pieces in the works.
So maybe
it'll
bring a little bagged lunch with you.
No. The event is good to go.
Okay.
We are set. I mean, I could read it right now, or we could maybe do it a little later.
Yeah, go ahead.
Do it.
Go ahead.
How about, Preston, I'm going to type it up. I'm going to give it to you.
All right, I'll do it later.
Deal
All right,
about it.
After we talk to Art the Clown, I'll reveal
That's a
it.
nice little tease right there.
Ooh, 822. That's a good tease right there.
All right, so we also have coming up on Tuesday night is movie night. We're showing Step Brothers.
Yes.
Wednesday night will be Quizzo as well,
Which
with,
is huge.
Brother
Johnny Good Times.
Johnny Good Times.
By the way,
Brother Good Times.
Johnny Good Times, that's a big deal. A lot of people are excited that he is the host. He's a terrific host. Marissa was able to track him down. And I know people that are coming to Quizzo on Wednesday night at Camp Out for Hunger specifically because Johnny Good Times is our host for the evening.
Awesome. All right, and we have a catered flyer suite that we're giving away as the prize for that.
Terrific prize.
Yep. And then Thursday night, free T-shirt night. We're working on the artwork for that, and we'll get you the numbers. But a certain amount of people that show up get free T-shirts for donating.
And just come down regardless. Damn it.
And then Friday, there is no evening thing. It's all about the morning broadcast. And of course, we've got live bands every single day. Drop Dead Sexy is going to be there. We have Sidearm and Jameson and Goodman Fisk and Chico's Vibe all there.
Yeah.
Did that all from memory. How about that?
Damn
Mhm.
good.
All right, so Camp Out starts in 5 days. So we'll get to the food truck list in a little while, but something completely different I would like to talk about. I saw this article, and I love these type of stories. I think one time, years and years ago, I told you guys we had taken a trip to the Caribbean, in the Virgin Islands, and we went on a snorkeling trip. And I was talking to our guides, and I said, you guys are, your tour guides, essentially. You're taking people on these tours. And I said, tell me some of the stupidest questions that people have asked you before.
Right. They're bound to have some good stuff.
And they did. And like a common thing for them to have to answer was, how long does it take for someone to swim underneath the island?
Oh, my God.
I've heard that.
To the other side.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
Also, how do you guys know where the islands will be?
Oh,
meaning that they float and they move around.
Hell, that happened in Congress.
I remember that. Yeah, they thought that Guam was going to flip over if all the soldiers were on one side of the island. So
you're not getting what an island is. All right.
People who are tour guides or have to be information centers and so on like that. Information desks, I get asked stupid questions all the time. There was an article that popped up recently of people that chimed in, and the title is Dumb Tourist. As a guide, I've been asked a lot of stupid questions, but only one woman made me lose my faith in humanity. So people chimed in with their own stories. So I'm going to read some of these to you.
Yeah, please.
And if you have ever been in that position and want to share one of the dumbest questions you've ever heard from a patron or visitor, please let us know, 215-263-WMMR. So here's a few of them. This person commented, my dad used to do helicopter tours of the Grand Canyon, and it's ridiculously surprising how many people expect to see the presidents of Mount Rushmore while they are there.
Oh, That's funny.
I believe they're going to see Mount Rushmore in the Grand Canyon.
Yep. Another one says, I once worked as a tour guide in Edinburgh, and at 1 p.m. every day, the 1 o'clock gun is fired from Edinburgh Castle. And I have been asked more times than I can count, what time does the 1 o'clock gun go off?
Oh.
And then they said I loved being asked when do Scottish people celebrate New Year's Eve? He said, I thought this woman was joking, so I said 25th of July. She wasn't joking. She had no idea. Another one says, I am a tour guide in Alaska. This is great. The dumbest question someone ever asked me was, at what elevation do deer turn into moose?
Oh, yeah, that's good.
At what elevation do deer turn into moose?
I like that.
Yeah.
And what would that be? What is
Why
the
don't
elevation?
you forget the
He didn't
moose
give the answer.
for a moment?
Which I was shocked at. Here's one in our general vicinity. This guide said this guy at Gettysburg saw the cannons that were pointing up as part of the entrance, and he asked if they were anti-aircraft guns.
Oh, my God.
Anti-aircraft guns. Which, honestly, that's what turned the Battle of Gettysburg, is the air support.
Yeah, the air support that the Union had.
Yep.
A lot of people don't realize. Oh, my God.
I love that.
This one says, I was a park ranger working at the information desk, and a woman approached me to get a map. While we were talking, a bell started ringing, and she asked about the bell, and I told her that it was the clock tower and that it rang out the time every hour on the hour. And she asked how many times it would toll. So I looked at my watch, and I said 12, and she said, 12? Why 12? What's the significance? And I replied, it's noon. Come on, man.
It might happen again at midnight.
Listen, Steve, you were telling this story the other day in the studio. We were at the Y100 Festival, and Weezer was playing on stage. And as they're playing, the light rigging lowers down, and it's a giant W behind them. Okay, this is Weezer on stage.
Weezer with the giant W behind them.
And somebody turns to this girl and goes, what's the W for? And she goes, for Y100.
That's awesome.
So not the letter Y, but Y100.
Why?
Why not?
Why?
Yeah.
Why?
I was in Ireland, and we were on the Aran Islands, and we were going to miss the ferry to get back. And it was like, there was like one little like bed and breakfast to stay at. And my girlfriend looks at me, she goes, well, it's all right. She's like, we'll just get a taxi. I was like, nope, we can't do that.
Where was this?
We were on the Aran Islands.
Get a taxi off the island.
Ireland.
Yeah.
A taxi off the
It's
island.
like people that believe you can drive to Alaska.
Oh, stop it. You can't. You can't do that.
Here's a text that says, I worked at Glen Canyon National Recreation Area, a.k.a. Lake Powell, a man-made lake with a dam. And so somebody had asked, why is the water so much lower on the other side of the dam?
Oh.
Well, the dam.
Yeah, the dam.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Catherine. Hi, Catherine. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning, Catherine. What's up?
So I used to work in Atlantic City at the front desk of literally the physically biggest hotel and casino down there. And they used to tout that every room had an ocean view. And at 10 o'clock at night, a woman called down to the front desk and asked why she couldn't see the ocean.
Did you say because it's dark?
So I'm stifling my laughter, and I'm like, well, ma'am, I promise you in the morning, you will see the ocean. Aside from having a suite, you have the best room, like, on your floor. But the best part about it was she puts her husband on the phone. She's like, she's laughing at me.
Oh, that's great. That's the best.
I love that.
I promise you in the morning you will be able to see the ocean. That's a great way to put it, Catherine.
That's false advertising. They said I had an ocean view.
Nice work. Here's one that says, let me see here. Yeah. I used to give tours of a historic wooden grain elevator and farm buildings from the early 1900s. I had a guest say, isn't it amazing how much healthier everyone was back then before we had all these chemicals? And at the time, we were standing next to a machine that was used to coat grain with formaldehyde to make it last longer.
Stop it.
Let's see. This text says, I used to be a lifeguard in Avalon, and people would ask, what time is the dolphin show today?
Come on.
What time is the dolphin show?
Oh, my God.
You see a fair amount right down there?
Yeah. Yep. I don't know.
They schedule them.
Oh, they have a
I'm not
schedule?
sure what
Yeah,
time the shows
it's
are. Usually
are.
1 in the afternoon, yeah.
Hi, I am Biffy, and the show's in 10 minutes, folks.
These are stupid questions asked of tour guides and information desks, and feel free to share if you have any. This one says, I was on a tour of Dubrovnik in Croatia, and the tour guide had to explain that Dubrovnik existed before Game of Thrones and was not just built for the TV series.
Yes.
Because people were asking.
Just a
us.
prop.
Oh, my God. I like this one, too. It says, I was on the Metro in D.C., and this helpless tourist had been looking for the Metro map for like 5 minutes and is obviously flustered. I asked him what stop he was looking for, and he replied, oh, I found my stop, but I can't find the darn "you are here" arrow anywhere on this freaking map. And he says, we were on a moving train.
Oh, my God.
At the time. Wow.
You're here.
Wow. All right. Another one says, I was on a tour one time as part of a school trip to the Pickering nuclear power plant. Before we went there, girls in our class who absolutely refused to believe that the point of a nuclear reactor was to boil water. Apparently, they said, that's stupid. You can plug a kettle in to boil water. That doesn't make electricity. After the whole tour of the steam generator turbines and generator room, the tour guide asked any questions, and one of the girls asked, so how does that make electricity? And it was literally like but why male models scene from Zoolander? Seriously. The tour guide had just explained it all, and she didn't get it, so it happens. This one says, I was taking people on a snorkeling tour.
Yeah, there you go.
And as I got to explaining the wetsuits, one of the participants chimed in and said, wait, we're going to get wet on this tour?
Oh, my God.
That's part of going underwater.
Yeah.
It's the essence of moisture.
The essence of wetness. I'm going to go to Steve. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning. How are you guys?
Great, buddy. What's up, man?
So I was a lifeguard down in Beach Haven for a couple of years, and, we would always mess with the people, and they kind of knew it, right? They kind of knew that we would mess with them, but this one woman asked me, all right, well, what causes the tides? Why does the water come in and out? And I was like, all right, I just don't feel like messing with it. So I was like, all right, it's the moon. It pulls on the water, and it creates the tides. And she's like, okay. No, really. What? And that was that.
That was that.
You didn't go with a go-to made-up story after that? You just...
I think I was just too hungover.
I got you.
When you get the right answer, they're not going for it. You just tap out.
This one says, a friend of mine works at as a tour guide at the baths of Diocletian in Rome.
Okay.
Where we live. 2 or 3 years ago, in the middle of November, waiting in line with other tourists, the staff spot a couple in matching bathrobes, sandals, plastic mini purse with some beauty projects. And they came from a nearby hotel, absolutely convinced that the baths were fully functional and that they were about to have the most gorgeous day of their lives. The staff proceeds to just be dumbfounded, and then they send them back. Mind you, all other people in line were wearing winter coats, scarves, and these two just married Americans were set in their bathrobes. I'd pay money to watch the hotel staff while these two morons return to the hotel and walk through the lobby.
I'm not familiar with this. However, in Budapest, there is actually it's famous for they have a natural sort of bath, mineral bath that people will come from all around the world to go, and they get in their robes and go there.
Okay. Yeah.
It's well known that that's what that is for. It's for that purpose.
Right. Here's a text. Says, used to work at Longwood Gardens. Would constantly get asked if the trees and flowers were real. During Christmas.
No.
And during Christmas, we would get asked how we colored the water for the fountain shows. It's lights.
Yeah, but you know what? There's a childlike innocence to that.
There is.
Yeah.
There is.
How do you?
Listen, I'm sure that I've asked really dumb questions.
Oh, I know I have. Yeah.
I had a kid ask me one time if the Grand Canyon was natural or if people like
it wasn't a kid, though, was it?
No, it wasn't. That same kid asked me if the water in the Pacific is the same water that we have in our ocean in the Atlantic.
And did he also ask if Columbus used horses to get to the?
Yeah.
Wait, is he in this room?
No,
no. He works next door. He's at his home in Mount Laurel, New Jersey.
Right,
Probably putting on a mummer.
He has a huge nose.
Yeah.
His name's Jackie Bam Bam.
Right, yeah.
Wait, what was it? The Columbus one? What was it?
Well, we were talking about indigenous because he didn't know how to say indigenous people.
Of course he wouldn't. He just can't say kayak.
But we talked about that, and then we talked about Columbus, and then he was asking about. Did he ask about the Mayflower? And I said, no, it's the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria. He's like, oh, wow, you're so smart. And I'm like, this is just stuff that we learned in first grade.
Right.
But he asked if they came over in horses. I said, well, they put the horses on the boat.
Yeah.
He's childlike.
He is.
And I mean,
And I love that.
in an affectionate way.
Yeah.
Like, it's kind of adorable.
From salad bowls to green muchachos.
This text says, my brother once asked me what day the Thanksgiving Day football game was on. Let's see. Let me go to Aaron. Hi, Aaron. You're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Great. What's up, Aaron?
So I grew up in Cape Cod, Massachusetts, and obviously in the summer it gets really busy with a lot of tourism, and there's really only two ways onto, it's essentially an island, and it's two bridges, and the traffic would be horrendous. So one year, one of the locals devised a window sticker that said Cape Cod Tunnel Pass, and all the locals were buying them. And then you had these tourists who would be going around town all the time being like, there's a tunnel. How do you get to the tunnel? Like, how do I buy a pass? And it was, I mean, I think it went on for 3 or 4 years.
Oh, so great.
I love that. It's a practical joke, so people they see the stickers, they might think it's legit, but I still approve. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
The
that
tunnel.
we got one over on them for a few years.
All right. Thank you very much, Aaron. All right.
Good one, guys.
We'll go to somebody who has worked at Gettysburg or volunteers there. Hi, Ted. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. You guys rock.
Thanks, buddy. What's up, man?
Hey, I do a lot of. I've been volunteering at Gettysburg Battlefield for a while with the National Park Service and Civil War Trust, and the park rangers that I know always laugh because the question always comes up: how do the monuments? How do they not get shot up or dinged or chipped during the battle?
Wow.
That is amazing.
Wow.
They're just very prescient and figured that they should put up some monuments because they knew it was going to be an important battle.
Well, or maybe they knew the battle was coming and they could have put them away. I don't know.
Right. Yeah. Ted, listen, I'm sure that sometimes people will bring somebody who's really interested in it. We'll bring some people who aren't really, don't really care about it and are just along for the ride or whatever. How often do they get the Revolutionary War and the Civil War mixed up?
That's probably quite often.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't work there, so it's kind of fun.
All right. Thanks, Ted. Appreciate it.
Stay safe, guys.
Northern British and Southern British.
Speaking of that, here's one from the Revolutionary War. This says, I worked at the Boston Tea Party Ships and Museum, where I would give tours and play historical figures like Sam Adams and John Hancock. Immediately following this one tour, which wraps up with a movie about the Battle of Lexington and Concord, a guest turned to me and asked, so who won? And I say, great question. So the regulars suffered more casualties, but were ultimately successful in finding and she cuts off and says, no, I mean the war. And I just mumbled, America. She was from the Midwest, he said. So probably should have known.
Yeah.
This one says, my mom used to be a tour guide in Greece and was once asked while showing her group some ruins, why did it never rain in ancient Greece? Being unable to understand what the tourist meant, she asked him to elaborate. He responded, well, none of the buildings have ceilings, so clearly it never rained. And I was just wondering how that's possible.
Yeah.
He thought ancient Greece had no rain. He didn't understand that the roofs had simply collapsed after 2,000 years.
There's two options. The roofs collapsed or it never rained in ancient Greece.
Another one said, or the same guy said, once while at the Acropolis with a group, a tourist asked if she would be taking them to the pyramids next.
Yeah, if you got enough gas.
Wow. All right. Line 3? Yeah. All right, we'll go to Howard. Hi, Howard. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, buddy?
Hey,
a while back, my grandsons and I were on a tour of Fort Mifflin, and a woman on the tour asked the guide, why did they build the fort so close to the airport? My 8-year-old grandson replied, Papa, it wasn't here then.
It wasn't there then.
Yeah, that's exactly right. But you know what? Then when they installed it, they sent the aircraft later used in Gettysburg, Preston.
Right,
Yeah.
yes, of course. Yeah, that's where they put them. All right, thank you, Howard. We appreciate it. I mean, with Independence Mall and all the historic sites that we have in our city, there's got to be loads of horrible questions.
But you rightly point out that we've all had our moments where we've labored under the false assumption about things in history or location.
Yeah.
And, but I mean, some of them are just home runs.
Let me see. This one says, overheard an American tourist while walking around the Coliseum. So you're telling me that all this was made before America? I don't believe you.
All this was made before America.
I haven't read all these, by the way. Some of these are longer. Let me go to this one. It says, I worked at a colonial American historic house museum. Gave tours in addition to working in collections, and have a couple of fun stories. First, I was once giving a tour to a rather large group of people on a smoldering July weekend. And, of course, the home was refit with air conditioning, but even then it was still pretty steamy in there. One person, a man probably around 40 or so, asked me, so is the air conditioning authentic to when the house was built?
Oh, my gosh. Wow.
And he said, and this other time we had a little miniature copy of the Declaration of Independence, which I would pick up and reference at a certain point in the tour. And one kid, probably around 20, from England or Ireland, raised his hand and asked, so is that the original Declaration of Independence? And I responded, no, I'm afraid not. No one knows where it is since Nicolas Cage nabbed it back in 2002. That's a great answer.
I love that. Sometimes, that I bet you, like if you go, like we've talked about Colonial Williamsburg, which is built.
It's a replica.
Yeah, it's a replica. But there's a lot of stuff around there that I'm sure people get similar questions about the air conditioning and stuff like that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know. I mean, I thought I was going to Colonial Williamsburg.
Yeah.
And it's cool and it's cute and it's quaint.
Yeah.
But when I found out that it was just built, I was like, oh, man.
Rip off!
Yeah.
This is a one out of Sweden. It says, I work as a tour guide at the Vasa Museum in Stockholm. I've been there. It's a ship, essentially, that they brought up from the 17th century.
Oh, wait, hang on. Is this the ship that they talk about in Vision, the two visions in WandaVision? They talk about how the one ship, it had been over the years refurbished.
I don't remember.
Okay.
I don't remember.
Okay. All right.
So anyway, I said, I start every tour by saying that the Vasa is a ship from the 17th century, but almost every time I get asked where the Vikings are. Well, they lived about 500 years earlier. And one time I sat at our information desk when two middle-aged women came in and just froze when they saw the ship. In slow motion, they turned towards the information desk and yelled, is this not the ABBA Museum? No, this is the Vasa Museum, not the ABBA.
ABBA, Vasa.
ABBA, yeah.
Sounds similar.
Let's see. I want to go to Patty next. Hi, Patty. Good morning.
Good morning.
Hey, what's up, Patty?
My husband used to own a custom framing store in East Norton, and they sold arts and crafts and little trinkets. Anyway, a woman came in one day and wanted a Palmia magnet for her car, and nobody knew what she was talking about. And she's like, the Palmia magnets that everybody has on their car. And they went round and round, and they finally realized she was talking about the POW MIA stickers.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God.
Palmia.
Or missing in action.
Right.
No idea that that's what it was. She just wanted a Palmia. Like everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah.
I vacation in Palmia.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
That's really funny.
Yeah. Well,
That's excellent. I love it. All right.
Stupid.
Thank you. Thank you very much for sharing. Another one says, I was working at a major tourist attraction in Canada, and there were guides of the attraction, maybe 15 different languages that were free to take, all organized in a display. The guides in English were marked English. The guides in other languages were all marked with the word for the language in that language and a graphic of one or two flags from where that language is most commonly spoken. And American tourists walk up and demanded to know where the guides are in American. I think English will work just fine. This says, I work in a busy tourist attraction in Niagara Falls, and it's really common to be asked what time they turn the falls off.
Come on.
And if they shut them off during the winter.
Yeah.
Now, they can actually divert the water and bring it down to a bit of a trickle.
They did years ago, actually, to remove a lot of the debris at the base of Niagara on the American side. And, it is pretty amazing, but it's not a nightly thing.
No, they don't do that regularly. This one says, walking in Vegas, heard someone ask what months of the year New York gets the Statue of Liberty.
That we traded back and forth between New York and New York.
Vegas does, yes.
It's their month.
Oh, God.
Look at it now because we got to ship it over to Vegas.
Oh, that's fantastic. I love that. Another one says, my girlfriend worked at the Sherlock Holmes Museum in London, and apparently a surprising number of fully grown adults are under the impression that Sherlock Holmes is an actual living person who really lives there.
I wonder how often that happens.
Yeah. The worst part, it was that they weren't allowed to disabuse the guests of their misconception. So when the guest would ask, where is Sherlock Holmes? She'd have to say something like, oh, he's just out on a case at the moment. So they were just...
Well, even if you know the time frame of Sherlock Holmes, why would you think he would still be alive?
Yeah.
Or maybe you don't know the time frame of Sherlock Holmes.
I don't know the time frame of Sherlock Holmes. When is it?
It's not modern day.
Okay, I knew that.
I was on a tour of Scotland. A few tours before my group was another group of Americans, and this one bunch was quite observant and were having a great time looking at farmland and such. This one lady spots a sheep with a dyed spot of wool, and in all seriousness, she said, is that the way to tell what color wool the sheep will grow into? The tour leader responded saying, yes, keep an eye out for the tartan sheep. They are lovely this time of year.
Wow.
Did you take many tours in Scotland?
Yeah, a couple. Yeah, we did the Loch Ness tour. We did the
underground.
The underground, which was phenomenal. Balmora. A lot of stuff. Yeah, it is. You can walk around and experience so much yourself, but it's worth taking the guided tours.
All right. This says I used to work as an open-top bus tour in London, and part of the route goes through a tunnel. And when we came out of the tunnel, a lady turned and said, do you not talk under there out of respect? And I asked, sorry, respect for who? And she says, Diana.
Oh, wow.
I asked her to repeat herself. She says, well, that's the tunnel that Princess Diana was killed in, isn't it? She didn't believe me when I explained it. Princess Diana died in Paris, which is in France, a totally different country.
Yeah.
So people get mixed up when they're on vacation. Let me go to Jeff. Hi, Jeff. Good morning.
Hey, sorry to bother you guys at fun.
At fun. That's what it is, brother. What's up, man?
So, all right, my buddy works at Washington's Crossing up, Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and said, people will kind of think about it first, and then they'll say, well, did Washington and his men use the bridge?
Oh, no.
You gotta love that. Yeah, why wouldn't he, for God's sakes?
Happened, numerous times.
It's not so impressive.
I'm sure, and people, I'm sure they get it regularly.
Dude, you could have just walked over.
Yeah. Come on.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break here in just a second. But this says, I once had a woman insist that she needed to spray herself with my bear spray because I could not make her understand that it does not work the same as insect repellent.
It's like sunblock.
She decided against taking the tour and called to yell at my boss over my refusal to spray her with bear spray. You should have just done it.
Absolutely.
Okay, lady.
There. Now you can go kick a grizzly.
You asked for it. All right, here is another call. This is Gregory. Yo, Gregory, good morning.
Good morning, y'all. So I'm from Amish Country, Pennsylvania, and a lot of tourists don't understand that that's their way of life. They're not state employees. They're not actors and actresses. It's their religious belief. They're not going to stop and pause for pictures with you. So don't get mad at them.
So people think that they're performers at some sort of amusement park.
Yes, yes, and they would actually get very offended if you took pictures of them. They don't believe in making images of any kind. In their homes, they don't have mirrors. They certainly don't have the modern conveniences. So taking a picture is actually something you don't want to do. It's their
right now. Who are you playing?
Yeah.
Remember when I had that Amish woman in the back of my car, and I so desperately wanted to get a picture, and I was like, "No." It's like we asked her, and she was like, "No, we don't take pictures, and there's no pictures on the walls in our house."
Right.
Right. Thanks.
So, go up there and be a tourist. They appreciate the dollars, but just be respectful of the fact that they are authentic. That's their way of life.
What they are very proud of, though, often is their home theaters.
Yeah.
Yes.
And why wouldn't you be?
Yeah.
Those sound systems are. It's like you're there.
That's surround sound, brother.
Wait, I just have a little side note. If I can plug something really quick, I actually spoke to a woman who ran away from the Amish community. I spoke to her yesterday, and I do a show on Sundays at Ben FM. It's called Her Story. It airs Sunday mornings, but her interview is going to air this Sunday. I talked to her for about an hour. Her story is incredible. She left the Amish community. She now lives a more traditional lifestyle, but she talks about living in the Amish community and her family and her parents and her siblings. She has 18 siblings.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and she now that she's gone, she can't have a relationship with all of them. Her story is amazing. So it'll be on this Sunday, and then I post a link to the podcast as well.
Okay. And as we're wrapping up, we'll plug something else because Kathy, I overheard a little while ago. She said the holiday activity list is, and I quote, killer.
It is.
Killer.
She doesn't say that.
No. That's not a word you normally use.
Activities.
It'll be, what do we call it? Holiday activities.
Yeah. Sometimes I struggle. Like I want it to be different, and I don't want to add all of the same things. And so I sometimes struggle to find things that are different that people haven't heard about. This year, it was like so easy. The list just awesome. Easily coming together.
I love
it's
hearing
new
that.
stuff. It's updated stuff. It's
Is
awesome.
this post-Thanksgiving we'll get it?
We're going to get it Tuesday the 28th, yes. Right after Thanksgiving.
Excellent.
All right.
That's
so
awesome.
Mark it in your calendar because you can make all of your holiday plans with Kathy's holiday activities. All right, let's take a break because we need to talk to a psychotic serial murderer
Yes.
when we return. He is the star. He's Art the Clown from the Terrifier series, and he's going to be at the Monster Mania event this weekend at Oaks. So we'll be back in a moment with him. Stay with us. We're going to do fast, okay? All right, Jacob. On your mark, get set, and go. Here comes fast. All right, Kate's out. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. That's insane. Oh, my God. Dude. No. Casey's hitting it. He's kicking it. He's punching it.
The thing clocked me in the back of the head.
I'm pretending I'm in a box.
Are you concussed? I got donkey punch.
You know what? Actually, we got paid by that person you were dealing with over at Villanova. Clock in the back of the head.
Oh, my goodness.
Are we doing this again?
Yeah, one more time.
So what speed was that, Preston?
That was fast.
What if I just ride it? Can I ride it?
Yes. Oh, my God.
Oh, this is going to be bad.
Does that work? All right, let's try it. Have Marissa on medium. Here we go.
I need some to hold on to it.
That lasted.
Watch your leg.
2 seconds.
All right. Let's go.
Let's go.
All right, you ready? Wait, Nick's in the corner.
Oh, I didn't hear no bell.
All right, fast. On your mark, get set, and go. And it's off. Oh, Nick's down.
I think he broke it.
Jesus. Marissa's stuck on the she's hanging on.
She was hanging on, got thrown off. Kyle tried to clear the whole thing.
It almost launched Marissa out of the ring.
Yeah, I gotta say, Preston, this device is very strong.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
I can say why now you don't wear sneakers in this thing. I think it's just in my...
All right, let's try it on slow and see if you guys can actively do it, and then we'll speed it up as we go along.
Great.
All right?
Sure.
Here we go. Final round, most likely. We'll see.
I have to poop.
Jacob, slow. Here we go. And it begins. Kate, come on, Casey.
Get over.
Kyle's over.
Over.
God damn it in my gut.
You got to duck. You got to jump.
Casey, that was yes, dump that. Good. Dump that. I think broke. Oh, my God. Got me in the pills.
Everyone is on the ground now.
I'm up. That was directly in the balls.
We lost.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
Oh, wow.
Casey's fighting it.
It's alive.
Casey's actually fist fighting it.
All right, here we go. It's coming around to Casey.
Is this survival of the fittest?
Oh, my God.
Kyle, be careful. Oh, gosh.
I think it broke.
I think it broke.
It's over, right?
We broke it. No, Jacob says it ain't broke.
Jacob.
I'm sure it's broken.
I thought you were on our side, Jacob.
Wait, Preston.
Nick's alone.
Casey needs his cut, man.
Oh my God, this thing is insane.
It's insane.
And oh my God. We saw your love handles that time, Case.
Casey flew into Marissa. I don't know how you
taken
do
out
this.
by everyone but Nick.
What's that, Steve?
I don't know how you could do that.
I know.
Kyle's tall. He can't jump and clear it.
And by the way, this is the small version of this. They have a bigger one for like 8 people.
Can we tell you,
This thing.
Jesus.
All right. I think have they had enough abuse?
Yeah, they have.
Yeah, Marissa's being given the last rites.
Kathy, you sure you don't want to try this?
Come on, Kathy.
I'm pretty sure.
Kathy's back was hurting. This would kill her.
All right.
This will fix it.
So, who do we deem our winner? Do we have a winner? Is it Marissa?
Yeah. She was the first to raise her arms.
It's great to have our guest back in our studio this morning. He's here to talk about a movie that is going to be in theaters on April 13th. It is a story of a gentleman by the name of Father Stuart Long, and it's called Father Stu. We're happy to have Mark Wahlberg here with us.
How are you guys?
Hey, Mark,
I feel
good
like
to
I
see you.
just broke the fourth wall. I watched her do the traffic. Wow, that
You
was
saw
classic.
it.
And I knew she was going to mention the Schuylkill. Schuylkill first thing. Schuylkill.
Well, you're an honorary Philadelphian. I mean, let's face it.
Take a lot of pride in that too.
Yes, yeah. I remember when the Eagles were heading to the Super Bowl.
Yep.
You came on with us, man, and we never forgot that. And of course, you're Vince Papale, so that's.
I actually, it was the only time I could stomach the Patriots losing.
I know. Very diplomatic
It was
about
to my
that.
Eagles, yeah.
And we believe you when you said it, so that meant a lot.
No,
so,
it's true.
yeah.
It was true. It was an honor to put that uniform on.
So, Mark, the story of Father Stuart is it's pretty wild, man. It's and I'm curious before we go down the storyline of people may not be familiar with the life of Father Stu. How did this story get to you?
Oh gosh, it sounds like one of those jokes. I'm an Italian restaurant in Beverly Hills with 2 priests, and literally on a Saturday afternoon, one of them starts pitching me a movie. And he told me the story once. I wasn't really paying attention. He started telling me again, and then it just dawned on me. Oh my gosh, this is something that I should do. I'm always looking for the next great challenge, and more importantly, this is also an opportunity for me to do something that really kind of represents my faith, and hopefully will help a lot of people. And people are really touched by the film.
There's a lot to be gleaned from this movie, and I'm a sucker for this kind of story. The fact that it's real only makes it that much more impactful. But there's redemption. There's a false start to redemption that is driven home by a more cataclysmic event that occurs with Father Stu, but also all the things like I think forgiveness and things that we lose sight of. I was talking to Casey prior to having you on today about we've forgotten how to take people as a whole entity,
and most importantly, seeing the good in people.
Seeing the good in people, and that point is driven home in the movie. Is that we're all imperfections. We're all that part of it, but retain the ability to say, this may not be something I'm thrilled about this person, but they did this. There's something in there, and that point's driven home as well. There's something in Father Stu that makes him able to slalom into the right people's spheres who help him along.
Yeah, and he's then in turn touched so many people in such a short amount of time during the priesthood. But it's remarkable. I just went to Helena, Montana. We had the premiere there, and to see all the people, to show the film to his family, his friends, parishioners, but also see how many people he touched.
Right.
It's remarkable. I mean, you really feel his presence there, and now we're getting to share that with the whole world.
For those who don't know his story, and I don't want to give away too much of maybe what you want to keep for the people who view the film, what is his story for those who may not know?
Well, he was a boxer. His parents, he lost a younger brother really early on. His parents didn't really have the coping skills to deal with that. He was left to his own devices. He became a fighter. He was angry at the world. He then tried to go to Hollywood to become an actor, fell in love with a girl, would do anything to be with her, and of course she lured him into church. She couldn't be with him if he wasn't baptized and wasn't Catholic. He was like, dump the water on me, I'm in.
Yeah.
And then he had this terrible accident, had a visit from Mother Mary, and then he went to the fullest extreme and said, not only am I going to become a Catholic, I'm going to become a priest. And everybody in his life just thought he was absolutely crazy. He challenged everything about the priesthood in the seminary, got diagnosed with a rare disease, incurable disease, and then as his physicality deteriorated, his spirituality soared, and they still campaigned to have him ordained as a priest, and he touched a lot of people.
He seemed to be like leap of faith was his thing because
he'd try anything.
in the beginning, he moves to Los Angeles
with nothing, no one that checks into a hotel. I'm going to be an actor.
Yeah.
Well, he found out otherwise.
Yeah.
And but and yet this other thing happens in his life, and yet he takes another leap, and he seems to be one of these that just trusted his instincts 100% all the way.
Yeah, it was all about intuition for him. And, it's remarkable because the things that he did in a short amount of time, really, I talked to the Archbishop who had ordained him, and he was like, I couldn't believe, but he had so much real-life experience, and all the things that people were going through and struggling with, he had already experienced. So he knew how to kind of help them cope with that, and to see with all the adversity that he faced, he handled it with such grace and dignity. Yeah. And if we're lucky enough to get old, we're all going to face it.
Yes.
But, it's one of those things where how do you cope with that? After just losing my mom. I lost my mom during the movie.
Yeah.
And so it's remarkable. It gives me a lot of comfort. I'm getting old, losing a lot of people.
There's a very powerful scene. I won't go into it, but it apparently happened right after your mom had passed, and it seemed as if, in a way, you were channeling that emotion in this scene. It's particularly it's in the church, and you're why I'm doing all these things that you want of me, speaking to God. And how am I here? Yeah. And it seemed like, we've always, complimented you're a great actor, and in that moment, though, so visceral, and everyone's tearing up at that, because you do have those moments like, wait a second, I thought I was doing everything right, but that's not what it's about.
Yeah, no. When everything's going good, life throws you a curveball, and God is definitely at work here. It's amazing to see how people are being touched by this movie. It's coming out now at Easter during the pandemic, where everybody's been struggling.
Right.
So people from all walks of life really feel like they identify and relate to Stu in their own personal way.
Yeah, and I can as well. And so. My father was a deacon. My father passed away 8 years ago, and and he wasn't born Catholic, and he didn't convert until he met my mother, and all that stuff. And so you talk about finding the grace of God through pain and suffering, and so they had lost their first born child, and you figure something like that could. And I talked to my dad about it. They could have been like peace out, thank you, but every single time I see you, I'm reminded of our son, but it actually it drew them closer to God, which is this crazy thing that happens, and it happened to fathers too. And so you're in Philadelphia, and you're doing a press tour in Philadelphia, and I wasn't sure if you were aware of Father Bill Atkinson. So his story is very, very reminiscent of what happened with Father Stu. So Father Atkinson wrote this book called Green Bananas, and Father Atkinson was a teacher at Monsignor Bonner High School, and he was a paraplegic. He was in a terrible sledding accident, and so he writes this book called Green Bananas, and essentially it's don't buy green bananas because you're not promised tomorrow, right? Mm-hmm. So you may not even be here to enjoy that yellow banana. And so this guy, I'm sure as you go through the city today, I'm sure maybe this will come up more than one time. Yeah.
There's something, and to that point, so there are two uncles in my life. My wife's uncles were both priests. 50 years plus. They've since passed away to Father Jim and Father Charlie, and Father Stu reminded me there's a similar sort of thing. There's an I don't know what it is, and maybe it's if grace is brought into your life, and you're there's a way they carried themselves, and you say, these. They don't know what they're talking about. It's easy a lot of times to dismiss. You can't possibly connect to my situation. But I remember years ago sitting down with both of them at various points. I'm like, man, they got it. They got it. And they were able to speak comfort to me at a time when I really needed it. And you project, there's a couple of scenes in the movie where you're dispensing the solace to people in trouble, and they look at you and you're in this vegetative state, Father Stu, I should say. And you always get that, well, if he can, then maybe I can. And if this helped him, maybe it can help me. It's such a powerful message.
Yeah, and it's important. I mean, people are really struggling right now. But having that real life experience is invaluable. When you were talking about that particular scene, I've never studied acting, but I have a lot of real life experience, the good, the bad, and I kind of utilize all of that in portraying these characters that I play and try to do it in the most authentic way. And so going through that particular moment at that particular time, but still, Stu and the way he handled it helped me, and it will continue to help me. And I'm much more optimistic about the future and accepting things that you can't change. And
learning that is a big lesson.
Yeah.
Who did you meet from the real story? I know Father Stu has passed, but anybody from his family?
Oh yeah, his dad, his siblings, his family, his best friends from the seminary, his childhood friends. He's got he's a colorful guy. Lots of really interesting friends.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I knew you were coming in, so when watching the film, I kind of wanted to look at the practical parts of movie making as well as taking the story in. And one of the things that I love, Mark, is, and I'm curious about you as an actor, when you're on the set and you're giving your lines and so on, it's not the same as what we see once it's edited and put together. The music in this film, the way they really added a body to it, I thought. And when you watch a completed film, does that start to impact you more with those added pieces of the puzzle? You know what I mean? Than when you were there delivering those lines.
Yeah, of course. I mean, well, I'll give you a great example. I was making a movie called The Fighter, and I wanted to watch every great boxing movie ever made leading up until the start of the film. I happened to be on a plane flying to Boston. I had Rocky on.
Yeah.
Watching Rocky, all of a sudden, and every time I watch Rocky, you know what it does to you. All of a sudden, I turned off the volume, and because I was on a call, and I'm still watching, and the movie just completely didn't work.
Yeah.
Without the sound and all of the music and in the score. And so, yeah, of course. And Rosie had done a great job. I mean, I knew when I was reading the script, because all this, the scenes described the music that would be playing and the artist that she wanted to use. I was like, oh, this is going to be really expensive.
This is Rosalind Ross.
Rosalind Ross, yeah.
First-time director.
First-time writer.
Wrote the script. And you took a chance.
Yeah.
But I think you had a good, I was reading an interview with you, and you said, she wrote the words. She knew what she was seeing. What better person to translate that?
Yeah, I've definitely felt like that, because we were trying to make this movie for a while. David O. Russell and I were trying to get somebody to write the script, and I couldn't crack it, And then when she came and said she wanted to try it, I said, go ahead. And I kind of told her the story, connected her to the people. And then all of a sudden, she comes back to me with a movie that I wanted to make. So I said, if she could put it on the page, she could put it on the screen.
That's wild.
Had you worked with Jackie Weaver before?
No, I hadn't. No.
Because she plays the mom in Silver Linings Playbook, which is obviously set here in Philly as well. And I love her. She's so compelling, and there's something about her eyes whenever you watch. Like, she just emotes so well.
She's fantastic. And I lost my mom during the making of the movie, and to kind of rely on her, she was definitely there for me in lots of ways. And if I ever needed to get emotional or anything like that, like there's a scene where I'm coming into the church and I realized that they're actually going to ordain me, and I just looked to her, and then of course I just got super emotional,
So your father in this film is Mel Gibson, and so I noticed that your relationship with him in this movie is very, very similar to Daddy's Home 2, where he plays your father in that movie as well.
Oh my God! Yeah, he was going to play my brother, but Mel obviously was Bill Long, Stu's dad, his first choice, second choice, and third choice. I've made a lot of movies about real people, and especially sensitive subjects, and I've never had somebody deal with it in such a nonchalant way, the way that Bill has. I mean, he really gets a kick out of it. He doesn't really. He knows that that I'm playing Stu, but he's able to kind of detach himself from that. And so, like, when he sees Mel, he just starts giggling all the time.
Well, he he made The Passion of the Christ and directed, and I assume you were able to pull on his. Expertise, because this was a smaller film than some of the other films you've made.
And of course, taking on the responsibility of financing the movie myself. He financed The Passion. He kind of did it all.
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kat. So our next guest is going to be calling us, right?
Yeah.
So we're waiting for a call from him. He'll check in just a few minutes. I'm actually glad we have a minute here.
Okay, good.
Because sometimes I come across these stories and I don't know where to put them. Like, they don't quite fit in the Bizarre File. They don't quite fit in the Just Saying Institute.
We need to create more characters for you.
And no, that's what we need to do. But I wanted to share this story. And since we're going to have a guest on that promotes pretty weird stuff anyway, because the movies are demented. But I saw a story the other day that scientists have found. I guess I could have put this in the Just Saying Institute, but...
Oh!
No, don't do it.
I know we're not going back?
No.
Sure.
Well, what about one of the satellite locations?
Okay. We're at the Delaware County Just Saying Institute.
Just Saying Institute now in Delaware County, just outside of Springfield.
But no, so starfish.
Yeah, love them. Tasty.
They're beautiful. No, they're not.
Oh, they're not? Okay.
I don't know if you can eat them or not. But essentially, this article said that a starfish is just basically like a head that just crawls around on the ocean floor.
That's it, huh?
Like it's just a moving head. Like there's that creature has no torso. It has, they were trying to identify like where they've come to this.
These are scientists?
The entire thing is just a head.
Right. That of its structure
And
is
the
just
thought
that.
of a head just rolling around on the ocean floor, I think, is pretty disturbing.
Steve, you know how you talk about like weird memories that just stick in your brain? I have a very vivid memory of dissecting a starfish in 8th or 9th grade science.
No kidding.
Yeah, and it was fascinating. Like,
What exactly? I mean, I've seen them all my life. What exactly comprises the innards of a starfish?
It's every arm is the same.
Yeah,
you know, and
they can regenerate. Yes,
and they can. Yeah, and so you, if you cut off one of the arms, while it's still alive, it'll regrow or whatever. But it was a really interesting look into like the underneath, the underbelly, the innards, the workings of what a starfish actually is.
When I was in the Caribbean once, we went on a starfish excursion, and the pictures were like incredible.
I guess the whale watching was full, right?
No, it was incredible because it was shallow, like turquoise water, and hold on, the pictures were amazing.
Okay.
And there were starfish everywhere, all different color. We were like, this is going to be great. And so we went out on this like big catamaran with a bunch of people, and we get out there, and we had to get in the water and like search for them. There was not one starfish anywhere. We found one.
Sucks.
We found one. We found one starfish. And so when we
What do you want?
When we got back on, we asked the guy, we were like, you're taking us on the starfish excursion. There was one out there, and he was like, oh yeah, he goes, well, they're all dying because people pick them up and bring them out of the water.
Well, they should have let you know
yeah, you
ahead
probably
of
should
time.
have told us that.
Yeah,
Probably wouldn't sell as many tickets.
And well, he was probably the one taking them on the tours where people were picking them up and killing them off.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, he was like, you didn't pick it up, did you? We were like, no.
You know, now that I think about it, I friggin' hate starfish.
by the way, they belong to a group called echinoderms.
Right. They meet every Tuesday.
No, they don't. They meet at Chili's.
Yeah.
No, that includes sea urchins, sand dollars, and sea cucumbers. Which are all pretty weird things. I've never seen a starfish in a while, but I don't think I'd like to touch one.
I used to see them all the time when I was in Ocean City. They had all these
rodeo.
They had jetties, and for some reason, I don't know why, but right around the jetties, they would congregate, and so we would catch them there. I haven't seen them probably since I was like 12 or 13 years old, though.
You killed them all.
Son of a bitch. Cat the animal destroyed.
Anyway, I thought that was weird.
That is very weird and appropriate that you'd have a sea head.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So I thought it would the weirdness would tie into our next guest. Am I playing a clip?
It's just a
theme.
It's
his theme. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. So at the Expo Center in Oaks this weekend is Monster Mania, and you can get tickets at monstermania.net. There's going to be a lot of people from that genre, a lot of horror stars.
A lot of luminaries.
That will be there, like Nev Campbell and Matthew Lillard and David Arquette and Hayden Panettiere and Jamie Kennedy. Our buddy Jamie Kennedy's going to be there. And Alice Cooper is going to be there.
I'm going to be there, too, for 2 hours.
Steve Morrison will be there. And this gentleman will be there. And so the Terrifier series of movies is the third one that's going to be made.
Yeah, I'm a massive fan, and this guy is the reason the movies, the rest of the cast is phenomenal as well, but he thunders as Art the Clown.
Yeah, and it's demented, insane, crazy, over-the-top, ridiculous character, as you can imagine. Please welcome the man who plays him, David Howard Thornton, to the show this morning. Hey, David.
You're such a flatterer.
Oh, you know, we want to throw as much at you as possible. So,
thank you.
I'm going to tell you something, David, about my co-host Steve here, because he is the one that facilitated this. Now, I've not seen the films. I've seen clips of the films. It's not really my genre, but we just had in our studio, we had. On the monitor, we had either a trailer or kind of Art's greatest hits. And I wasn't watching the trailer. I was watching Steve watch the trailer. And while he's watching you do your thing, he had this demented smile on his face the entire time.
Yeah, it's right. It's true. And
it kind of scared me.
It is funny what it taps into, David. And that element of it. You try to tell people, what it's about and why it catches people the way it does. And I always say this. Terrifier 2 floats between 85 and 90% on Rotten Tomatoes, and rightfully so. So even the critics, who usually reflexively go against stuff like this, see where it's going. And that humor element is something you and Damien Leone, the writer-director, bring to this character and do in such a way because you have a background in comedy, correct?
Correct. That is correct. That's what I always did before I did this. I never imagined I'd do horror. I thought I'd be doing sitcoms or something like that.
Yeah, because it's funny. I mean, Art the Clown was described as, quote, perhaps the most vicious slasher in movie history. And you look at your picture, and you could be the mayor of Pleasantville.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, without your makeup on.
It's a complete dichotomy. So it's got to be wild, especially you grew up in Alabama, correct?
I did, Huntsville, Alabama.
All right, so and you were actually sort of protected from horror movies until you got into college.
That's true.
Right, and for a brief period, you were teaching elementary school.
I was.
Oh, my God.
So you will understand this leap to what is arguably, I mean, because Art is really not a serial killer. He's a serial mutilator. And that is sort of the essence of his charm, so to speak. How did you make that leap? How did that turn occur?
I just auditioned for the movie. They were looking for a tall, skinny guy that had experience doing comedy or like physical comedy or clowning, and I'm like, oh, that's perfect for me.
All right, literally, like work as a clown. Like they were looking for somebody who had experience in that.
Yeah.
And so you had done that before?
No.
You did what any good actor does. You lie on your resume.
I'll tell you what.
I just did a lot of physical comedy growing up, so I was like, I can do this.
No, you have the chops, and no pun intended, and I'll tell you why. Because it is wild to watch your performance. The original gentleman who did it, Mike Gianelli, was in All Hallows Eve, which was the first time that we see Art the Clown. Now, in Terrifier, you become Art the Clown. And I remember telling Preston after I saw that first movie, I came in and I said, this guy's, it's one of those unsettling things where you're saying, oh, that's delightful. That's adorable. And then there's a scene in particular in the original Terrifier where you come into the diner. There are these two girls at the table across the way, and they're doing their thing, and you give a stare that suddenly then turns into like a hi, and you're psychologically playing games with them, and you've now become you've turned them into the prey. But it's got to be a wild tightrope to walk because you have no dialogue. You've got to convey this all with gesticulations, and you're under makeup, and you're pulling that off. Does it take a lot of in front of the mirror figuring out what you're going to do, or is it just instinctive?
Yeah, that's what I did. It goes back to my stage days when I did a lot of children's theater, because I would usually play characters that had lots of makeup on. So I would actually sit in front of a mirror after they put the makeup on for my first time, and just make faces for about half an hour, just seeing how far I could go with things, how everything would look with makeup, how it would read. So when I got cast as Art, I did the same thing. I was in the bathroom for like 30 minutes. I think they were worrying about me. Like, what are you doing in there, man? I'm like, oh, I'm just making faces.
No.
Like, sure.
I think it would be unnerving as an actor or in that position to say, because the thing you don't want to do is just, it seems weird to say this, to be ridiculous with it, because you have to ultimately be terrified of this character. Mm-hmm. But yet you find, for example, now you've crossed over the boundary here where Art has become the Halloween costume. I mean, you're in the ranks now, and I'm sure you're savoring it, of Michael Myers, of
Freddy
Jason
Krueger,
Voorhees, of Freddy Krueger.
Yeah.
And so you're seeing, armies of Art the Clowns out there. So what do you think it is about the character that makes it resonate with people of all different types of personalities?
Yeah, I have to say that is very, very weird how that's happened in such a short amount of time, too. It's like, I mean, recently for Halloween, I was seeing so many Halloween costumes and stuff like that, just fans posting. But then you had Tyga, who dressed up like me
at the Casamigos party. Yeah. He was with heavy hitters dressed as you.
Oh, what's even crazier is like the photo hasn't been leaked or anything like that, but someone leaked the photo to us from Heidi Klum's private party, Jeff Bezos apparently was dressed as like
Jeff Bezos was dressed as Art the Clown.
Yeah, Damien showed me the picture, and he's standing right next to Elon Musk dressed as me, and I'm like, what the hell?
Dude, you've arrived.
Tell me that for a moment it didn't flash in your mind, I should be able to get some kind of money for that.
Bezos needs to fund part 3. That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Listen, David, if you're not getting a year of free Prime, there's
no kidding.
There's no justice in the world.
Oh man, I could use some free Prime.
All right,
but
David,
to answer the
go ahead.
Oh yeah, but to answer the question is like I think it's because art is this blend of all the horror icons that came before him.
Yeah,
you have so many different characteristics from like Pinhead, Jason, Chucky, and of course Michael Myers and Freddy in him. So he mixes that weird blend of like horror and comedy together very well.
Yeah.
And so, I think it's the comedy that allows us to get away with what we get away with.
Now, did you have to, upon assuming this role, did you think at all about comparisons to Pennywise and how to make things completely different than that super well-known psychotic clown character?
Definitely. I mean, that's even how Damien came up with a concept for Art. He designed him to be the complete opposite of Pennywise. I was like, because Pennywise is the king. Literally, it's created by Stephen King. So, but that's why Pennywise is colorful. Art is black and white. Pennywise is has hair. Art is bald. Pennywise talks. Art's completely silent.
Yeah.
I mean, but it works in ways that, and again, listen, if you have any sort of inability to tolerate screen blood or gore, these are not the movies for you. But if you can, no, not at all. And in fact, I would say, and I know that you would agree with this, it is the creativeness of these barbaric murders and mutilations. Do you have to go to what side of you do you go to make this work? Is it the darkest side you could imagine, or is it just as much the comical side? Because there is literally one brutal skinning sequence where you literally rub salt in someone's wound.
Yeah, that was my idea.
Oh, nice.
So
we had talked about doing like just bleach in there originally, or like window cleaner. And I just said, like, why don't we just, the whole idiom of rubbing salt in a wound, why don't we actually just do that?
Yeah.
That's messed up. I don't know what that's saying about me, because usually, like, 99% of the time it's Damien coming up with these kills, and I'm like, oh, my God, dude.
Yeah, but I mean, you have to be creative. It's got to be, that has to be daunting in and of itself to keep outdoing, because just when you think no one is safe in any of these movies. It doesn't matter what is the common safe area to be if you're a character in a movie. You are up for grabs, and again, outdoing yourself with each of these things. And I'll tell you what, to Damien's credit, David, the movies are beautifully shot. They are such an homage to the '90s or late '80s gore movies. My wife thinks I'm deranged to begin with, but I was literally laughing and I was tearing up at the nostalgia of this. So, but it's a tough rope to walk. How are you? How are you with being in this makeup? How often are you covered in blood? Because it looks like constantly that's your attire throughout the majority of these movies.
Yeah, I'm pretty much covered with blood all the time. It seems like it gets cold. It's very, very.
I would
cold.
imagine. Yeah,
because we usually film all these movies in the winter too, and late at night, so it can be pretty cold and miserable for us. I mean, like we filmed there in Philly at the Fright Factory there for the big climax of Part 2. And that was in the middle of like January and February, and that was not fun.
Yeah, I can imagine. Listen, David, obviously the third movie is going to happen, and a successful horror franchise or slasher franchise, maybe this will go on for, who knows, 8, 9, 10 of them. You never know. And at some point, as they start to expand on this character and learn more about Art, I would imagine later on, maybe Art speaks. You never know. And if he does, I'm just going to throw this out there. If you could do an Owen Wilson impression as his voice, I think that would blow everybody.
Wow.
I want to cut your balls off.
I'm sure. I'm sure that's been thrown out there as far as will that ever happen? Speaking, and I don't know. I will guarantee you, their fans would get very passionate about that. We talk about the second movie, and no one saw the fact that world building was going to take place. You have this character of Sienna, who is the Ripley, who is the Laurie Strode of the Terrifier movies. Laura Lavera, right? Lavera, is that correct?
Yeah, Lauren Lavera.
Yeah, Lauren Lavera. She is amazing. She's tremendous. So were you thrilled to see that progression to this, we learned there's an otherworldliness, obviously, to Art, and that there is something predestined to her story. And the third one is coming out. This has got to be engaging for you.
Oh, it really is, because that's the thing. Is like, I always wanted there to be a Batman to Art's Joker, and I knew that Damon was really excited about this one character, Sienna, that he had created like years before. But even before he created Art, he had created Sienna in his mind. And we found the perfect woman to play her. I mean, Lauren is fantastic, and it's like I can't wait to do more with her, because there's so much more to explore with her story going into part 3.
She's unbelievable. The fact that this is as early in her career, I mean, this is a lot of stuff to handle. She's amazing. But I'll tell you who rocked my world, too, in Terrifier 2, the pale little girl. There is this demonic girl who we believe is only in Art's mind, Preston, but is actually doing things that suggest more than that. The actress's name, is it Amelie McLean? Amelie. Okay. Amelie. And she's like a veteran of soap operas and stuff like that.
Yeah.
What was it like working with her you're literally in Carnage. I mean, you are literally, there's a scene in a laundromat where though you're not obviously fully naked, you're sitting there and yet your first encounter with her. What was that like? Do you have to kind of keep things very light, or how do you slalom that?
Well, the whole part where I'm basically naked, we didn't have her in the room for a lot of that stuff, because that's not appropriate to have a child around. So, like, when you see shots of me and her, I usually had pants on at least. So,
okay. All right. Good.
Good. Yeah. I wasn't sitting there in my underwear, because I'm like, that goes back to my teaching days of like, I can't be in this kind of state of undress around a child.
No. Yes. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah. I'm like, no.
David, one of the most unnerving features of Art, I think, are his teeth.
Yeah.
And that stuff kind of really grosses me out. Like, I won't put fake teeth in my mouth, even for a gag. When you guys are on set and there's a lunch break, do you eat with those things on?
Oh, no, thank God, no. Because those things are nasty. Those, I've been wearing the same teeth for going on to all 3 films now, so I've been wearing those same teeth for 8 years, and it's like, oh, boy. And I wear them at the conventions, too, but they're molded to, it's kind of like wearing a retainer, so after a while my teeth start to hurt a little bit.
Yeah,
So.
I would imagine.
Do they help transition?
I'm always relieved to take them out.
Do they help transition you into the role the second you put them in? You start to feel like Art?
Oh, definitely. They also make me just sound like some dumb redneck too when I try to talk. That's why you don't really hear Art talking.
Okay. You don't want Art talking. You know what I'm sounding like?
I'll be like, hey, how you doing, Dyer? Yeah, we're doing good.
Suddenly, Art becomes Larry the Cable Guy.
Give me a smooch.
I wanted to ask you, because I thought this was wild, and I see it after reading an interview with you. You reference Art as basically an evil Mr. Bean. And that makes complete sense. Does that sort of stick with you as you're doing the role even to this day?
That's exactly how I looked at him the first time I played him. I said he's either like an evil Mr. Bean or the bastard child of Freddy Krueger and Harpo Marx.
I like that too.
Yeah, and that's where he lives in my head. I'm like, that's how I bring him out. I'm like, okay, time to go into evil Mr. Bean mode, and I'm good to go.
I don't know if this is true or not about your background, David, but I know that when Steve first started checking out Terrifier, a friend of ours told him, hey, well, the actor that plays him is not a traditional actor in the sense that he's done mimery before. Is that true? Did you do mime work? Or?
I don't know where that rumor started. Okay. I've never done mime. I've never been formally trained and all that. I just learned from watching the great, silent comedians and physical comedians throughout. My parents gave me a great education that I was watching Charlie Chaplin and Marx Brothers movies at a very early age. I love that genre.
It's wild because you talked about doing children's theater. You toured and the Grinch Was Stole Christmas, and you've all of these productions that would be something that the family's going to on a Saturday afternoon, and here you are. You've gone the absolute opposite way, but and still people are loving it. I have to ask you: have any of your elementary school students approached you, and because you're not easily recognizable outside of your makeup or whatever, or have you been approached by anyone who is now celebrating the fact that they were taught by Art the Clown?
I haven't been approached by any of the kids I taught. I don't know if they even remember me from, that was like 20 plus years ago. But I have had some of my camp counselors from that same time period. Now they're grown up and have kids of their own, which is very weird to me. But they've been like, oh my God. But
it's got to be wild.
Skits and drama club at camp, and so it's like, oh my God, look at you! I'm like, yeah, aren't you glad you behaved?
David, because there's all kinds of people out there in the world. Have you ever been approached or contacted by any women who are turned on by Art the Clown?
Yeah,
I
knew it. Yeah.
It's weird. I don't understand it. It's like they're not attracted to me. They're attracted to Art. I'm like, what? You want those teeth going near you? Are you kidding me? Those diseased, nasty chompers coming out? No. I'm like, they say there's someone for everyone, I guess.
Well, I guarantee you that it's the same sort of person, the women who fall in love with convicted murderers, in prison or whatever. You kind of know the cut of Art's jib, so to speak. And you know what to expect, so that is kind of weird. Is it true your dad worked for NASA?
Yes, it's very true. He worked on the solid rocket motor for the space shuttle primarily.
Wow.
He tried to explain his job to me, but he would go into engineer speak, and you're just like, Dad, just tell me you make rocket go boom.
That's all you need to know.
Yeah. That's all. Like he worked for NASA, and also my mom's father was on the original Von Braun team.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he was basically the Army's guy you went to make things go boom. So like when they brought all the Germans over with Operation Paperclip, they got my grandfather to work directly with Von Braun to create the original rockets and stuff like that went up into space. But he never went over to NASA though. He felt that he needed to stay with the Army, and he always regretted that. He was a very loyal man.
That's fascinating.
Is he still alive, or has he passed?
No, he passed away back in the 90s, but it was cool. Like I grew up around all of the German scientists.
Yeah.
There's a area of Huntsville called Montesano Mountain, and that's where all the Germans lived on top of the mountain. My grandfather lived up there with them. So yeah, I was around all the brilliant minds, and I had no idea. To me, they were just the old Germans that brought me like chocolate and spoiled me rotten as a kid. The guy that lived down the street created the first computer. And I'm like, this is amazing. I wish I had been older by the time my grandparents passed away, so I could have actually talked to these people and learned their stories. Because I did know one of them though. He's my best friend's grandfather-in-law, Oscar Holderer. He passed away. He was the last one to pass away, but he had like 19 patents. He created the wind tunnel. He developed those the rockets where you put the water in, you pump it up, and it was like the toy.
Yeah, sure. I had about 100 of those. Yeah.
Oh, Oscar was amazing. He was hysterical. He's like I got to tell you this story. The first time I ever met the man, he comes up to me at a party. He's like, David, I have to tell you something very serious. And I'm like, yes? He's like, they took my balls. And I'm like, I just turned to him like, those fucking Nazis.
You can't say that.
You drop the F-bomb on the air, but
laughing his ass off. And his wife comes over like, no. He had prostate cancer.
Oh, my
God.
Yeah. He's like, I like the way you think. Yeah.
Oh, that's funny.
What a weird way to grow up. But I mean, to be, you'd almost want to get those years back so you could appreciate what you were.
Oh, I know.
Hey, what would Grandpa have thought of Art the Clown?
Oh, I think he would have been. He would have found some kind of sadistic joy in him. I think he would have been like, "This character's crazy."
I think that in a way that this allows it is anything like this, and I find horror to be very cathartic. And people have explained it many different ways. What I think is very cool too is you are known to be incredibly fan friendly. So you're going to be at the Monster Mania Con this weekend. I'm going to be there on Saturday for a couple hours. And are you going to? I know that you will appear in makeup for these events occasionally. Will you be doing that as well?
I will be there, and also Damien's going to be there, and I know Mike Gianelli, who was the original Art the Clown's going to be there. This is one of his rare, appearances at a convention. So
excellent.
You get two arts at the same convention.
Absolutely, and you got to love the love from the horror fans and Dave, who puts on Monster Mania Con. These events are so well run, and they're so. They're just the state of the art, and you sense that the people who are part of them, the celebrities and the reunions, that they're all enjoying this this group of like-minded people who really love this art form, because horror is an art, and in a way. So you must enjoy the experience.
Oh, I love them. I was a fan boy myself before I started doing conventions. I would go to conventions, so I always wanted to be on the other side of the table. So I love doing these things. It's just so much fun for me. I get to travel, meet cool people, and get paid for it.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Do we have a release date on Terrifier 3?
I believe it's supposed to release next year. I think October 25th. That's the goal. So we're starting to film in January. So we're very, very excited right now. We've got a bigger budget this time around too. So we're able to hire a team to come in and help us. So that's going to make things, I think, a little bit smoother, especially for Damien, because we got a makeup team coming in. So he doesn't have to fuss with my makeup anymore.
No, by the way, all practical effects, which is pretty amazing. Old school, and I love the way they look. And this teaser trailer is very controversial for people who have no idea what goes on in the Terrifier realm. But again, when I saw it, I laughed my ass off. I just thought it was great. So, kudos to you for this, man. You deserve this, because I can only imagine it is a lot of work to pull this off. Damien, Laura, the everybody involved. It really it's a lot of fun.
We have fun, and I think that's why it does so well. You can tell we're all having fun making this, and we're all fans ourselves, and I think that translates well too. It's like when you have the fans in control of the genre, that's when you get the better products.
Absolutely.
Monster Mania Con this weekend. What are you going to be there both days, David?
Yes, I'm going to be there all 3 days.
Excellent. 3 days. Okay. So, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Excellent, man. Well, listen, nice talking to you. Congratulations on being top of the horror heap. And we'll hopefully encounter you in person sometime.
Yes. Great talking to you, too, and I hope to see you there this weekend.
Excellent. You'll see Steve there for sure. David, Howard Thornton, guys. Art the Clown on the Preston and Steve Show. And, we just watched the trailer for the next movie, and it's messed up. Royally messed up. Tickets for Monster Mania, you can go to monstermania.net, by the way, and get those tickets. All right, we now can reveal the food truck lineup for Food Trucks and Fireworks for the Preston and Steve Camp Out for Hunger Monday night party, presented by Five Below, by the way. And we got some good stuff. In fact, just glancing at the list, I already have a rumble in my stomach because I am hungry. So let me roll through these food trucks. So we have Philly Hots. It says, and I'll read the little description.
Yeah, please, because a lot of times this is your way to sample some stuff you've never had before. And, my world has been rocked many times.
Philly Hots is the hottest food in Philly, serving local favorites like roast pork, roast beef, and chicken cutlets, served with creative sauces and toppings.
Sauces.
I like sauces and toppings.
They're like skewers.
Then you have Baba Louie BBQ, and it's tender, juicy, and delicious smoked meats. Right to it, yeah. Then Have a Ball, which is a mobile food truck that serves meatball-inspired foods. Who doesn't love meatballs? Maybe they'll have raisins. Your mom should come, Nick.
Yeah, she should. You know what? My parents have both been in the past. My mom used to bring her students, which was really cool, but I'll invite both of them down.
All right, and have some meatballs.
Yes.
Then there's Korea Taqueria, which is food inspired by the childhood memories of Korean and Mexican flavors together.
It's excellent.
I love it. Molto bene ravioli.
That's a good ravioli. Eh?
Don't invite Jared Fried.
No.
Oh, he friggin' hates ravioli.
A mobile food company started by two best friends serving small batch ravioli and sauces. Then you have Grilly Cheese. Go-to food truck event caterer for grilled cheese.
I love grilled cheese.
Me too.
In fact, I think that's what. Yeah, I had a grilled cheese last time.
I love the takes that are done on different grilled cheeses, so that'll be fun. Then you have the Tot Rod, serving gourmet tater tots to Philadelphia, the Lehigh Valley, New Jersey. Yeah.
Are you a tater tot fan? I love tater tots. Well, as a kid, it was like, we're having tater tots. Oh, my God.
But now you can get like loaded tots.
Yeah.
We're talking solid.
That's
Yum.
one thing from my childhood that I still think tastes good.
Okay.
Tater tots?
Yeah.
Like you're not so big on like chicken nuggets and things like
Yeah,
that,
like-
but tater tots are still
It's still good.
to this day.
Rock me a tot and I'm good to go.
Philly Pretzel Factory.
Hey!
Go-to snack that
I love the Philly Pretzel Factory.
everyone loves. Then we have a truck called Backcountry Bites, bringing American classic grill menus to your event, they say.
I'm intrigued.
Our good friend, Steve Wilson, Wilson's Secret Sauce and Company will be there. Need we say more?
No, you know.
Then we have Pizzeria La Familia.
Hey!
Well, what did you expect?
Mobile wood-fired pizza truck.
Ooh.
Serving homemade Napoleon
pizza.
Neapolitan. Why am I saying
Authentic
Napolitan?
French pizza.
Neapolitan pizza at parties, events, weddings, graduations, and much more. And then we have to have dessert. Richmond's Ice Cream, Philadelphia Water Ice Cream.
Hey! Now, we have to put in a specific request.
Yes, the soft serve pistachio ice cream from Richmond's, which was one of the greatest treats of my life, driving back from the shore. I needed ice cream, and we saw a sign for Richmond's. I had never been there. We went there, and they had soft serve pistachio. Pistachio is my favorite ice cream, and I'd never had soft serve pistachio in my life, and it was phenomenal.
May I tell you something?
Phenomenal.
When you recounted that on the air, there was more joy and sincere pleasure than the birth of your children.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
And I went
I mean,
there-
you love them dearly.
I do.
Yeah.
I think I went there either a week or two after, just based on your rave reviews alone. I did it.
Yeah.
I went to the one where
And you know what? You're going to do it again.
Is it Mr. Bill? Was there a giant statue?
I don't know
of the
what.
guy?
Yeah, the
Okay.
guy was out there, but I don't know what they call him. And Mr. Bill was from Saturday Night Live, but that guy.
yeah.
But it's a different guy. It's Mr. Richmond, I guess. I don't really know. So those are the food trucks: Philly Hots, Babalouie BBQ, Have a Ball, Korea Taqueria, Molto Bene Ravioli Company, Grilly Cheese, The Tot Rod, Philly Pretzel Factory, Backcountry Bites, Wilson's Secret Sauce, Pizzeria La Familia, and Richmond's Ice Cream, Philadelphia Water Ice Truck.
And what
All
else?
there for your dining pleasures.
What else is happening that night?
Oh, there will be fireworks and a drone show from Celebration Fireworks.
And what else?
The drone show will start at 7:30, and the FM band.
And who's joining them?
Kyle, I will be playing with the FM band.
And what do you have to do to just be a part of it?
Bring some
down
food.
Yeah.
Donate food. That's
Make
it.
a donation.
That's it. That's all we ask.
Bring a can of beans.
Yeah. So it's
Friggin' can of beans.
The show starts at 7:30 with the drones, but. I mean, as soon as you can show up, do we know what time the food trucks are going to start serving? 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
Dinner
So,
time.
I mean,
Come
listen,
on.
we're going to have a whole bunch of other things going on there as well. I mean, Skelly Muse is going to be there with the rides. Five Below is hosting we're going to have the Midway games there.
It's the camp out. So the tent on the broadcast side is there. All those amusements are going on. We're going to be walking the whole area. We want to meet you. We want to see you. We want you to make a donation. That's all we ask. And honestly, the whole camp out is set up to be this sort of rolling carnival and circus to say thank you for your generosity.
Yeah. And on a Monday this time.
Monday! Preston,
I've never heard your voice get that high.
I love that it's on a Monday because I think some people would hold it in their calendar and wait till the end of the week and miss some of the things along the way. And we are action-packed for Camp Out After Dark.
Yes. You know what? I'm going to check the weather forecast right now.
It got much better.
Did it?
It was good to begin with, and now it's gotten better.
So I'm looking. I hate, man. You know,
Monday the 13th.
My weather app freezes up, and I hate it. Monday the 13th, a high of 49 degrees, partly cloudy, pretty much zero chance of rain.
Yep.
So that's phenomenal.
I like it that.
Yeah, no real chance of any showers during the week. And it warms up through the course of the week.
Yeah.
Monday's 49, Tuesday 53, Wednesday 57, Thursday 61, Friday 63. A nice gradual rise in temps.
But rain is very very low chance. Yeah. So you wear get a little bundled up, but I mean for Monday night, but it'll be awesome.
Cold is fine. The rain is what kills us.
The rain is what kills us.
If we can stay dry all week, we'll be happy.
To be honest, Nick, I will say that a little bit of the chill adds a little bit of impact.
Yes.
Especially,
And winds out of the northwest at 6 miles per hour.
And those are the best winds. They smell so good.
Those northwest winds.
It's a gentle breeze.
It's like those wildwood days.
Yeah, I love those wildwood days.
Whoa.
Okay. The information will be posted soon, I would imagine. But Marissa said there's still one little hoop to jump through.
No one has agreed to do it.
The health department. No, it's not.
Okay.
Not that.
Speaking of hoops, we are bringing the Papa Shot.
No, we're not.
But hang on, we're not allowed to say Papa Shot anymore because it is a trademarked
name.
We have to call it the Super Bowl.
So it's going to be called.
What is it going to be called?
Mini Hoops Madness.
Mini Hoops Madness. That's what it's called.
How many times are we not going to say that and go back to that where we're not allowed
I'll write
to
it
say
down. Mini Hoops Madness.
It has a different complexion.
Yeah,
this time.
different twist. It's going to be on Tuesday morning, and let's just keep the rest a surprise.
Yeah, you don't need to know.
I will say
Shut up.
this. Different competitors,
Yeah.
a different set of competitors this time around. So we're changing it up a bit to give it a breath of fresh air, if you will. So Mini Hoops Madness, that's on Tuesday morning. Then we've got special things coming up as far as guests and performances.
Spoken funny things.
Yeah, drinking funny things.
What was it?
And folk and smoney things.
Folk and smoney things.
Smoney things. That's right. All right. We're going to take a break.
Okay.
I think that's what we're going to do. I have some more Bizarre File stories coming up when we return. And don't forget, secret text word. We're going to give it away shortly. Tickets to Nate Bargatze Thursday, March 7th at the Wells Fargo Center. So text word SECRET to 39333 if you're interested in winning. We'll be back in a moment.
That was something I was able to take a play from his book and kind of figure out the best way to get the movie made without any kind of creative interference. Because once you bring on a financier or a studio, and everybody's got notes, I mean, they're paid to have an opinion, right? And then you kind of get into the rabbit hole. We didn't want to make a film by committee. We wanted to kind of do our own thing and then find the right partner to distribute it.
Sure.
You're just tuning in. It's Mark Wahlberg is joining us in studio. Father Stu is going to be on theaters April 13th. You guys shot this in 30 days?
30 days, yeah.
Wow.
It's like 6 years to get it done and 30 days.
It's always, yeah. You're basically in quicksand for all this time, and then all of a sudden you have to sprint to the finish line. And then it was the same thing with, we had a lot of time to edit the film, but then we had a short amount of time to release the film. So,
I'm sorry, Case. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm not surprised that you were able to get it done so quickly because you work hard. And there was a nice documentary that was done about your life, and you just know that like you're just the dude who is just working from the time you wake up to the time you go to bed. I also know that you take your health and your physical fitness very, very seriously. You don't do it because you have to. You do it because you want to and you love it. So, gaining 30 pounds in 6 weeks. Was that fun or did that suck?
It was the worst experience of my life. I'm still feeling the repercussions of that. It's just because it's just at my age, it's not that healthy to do.
It's a freaking nightmare.
I tried to do it in the most healthy way possible. So when people think, "Oh God, you got to gain 30 pounds," oh poor you. Like it's not like all the things you crave are on the menu. None of those things were things that I got to eat. I didn't.
The fun stuff.
I was eating, a dozen eggs with a dozen pieces of bacon, 2-3 bowls of white rice, drinking olive oil out of a glass. And then I'd have a steak. And then, right after that meal, 2 hours later, you get a knock on the door and you got to eat again. And you got to pound another meal. So from 7,000 calories a day for the first 2 weeks to then 11,000 calories for the last 4 weeks. It was terrible. And it was all like sodiums, starches, stuff to get you bloated.
Yeah, not healthy at all.
I can't believe you guys do that. Like, because we have a friend, Rob McElhenney, did it for a role too.
It's always sunny.
He did it for a laugh.
He did it for a laugh. But
And he said what Mark just said. It was a nightmare packing on that weight.
Yeah. It's a lot easier to lose it because then you're just, you got to be disciplined, right?
Yeah.
You got to be able to say no, but to pack it in when you're already stuffed, that's just the worst.
Do you know the book or the movie called Diary of a City Priest? It's based on a guy named Father John McNamee, and it was set here in Philadelphia as well. It's sort of like what Casey was bringing up. And the movie was starring David Morse. And when watching Father Stu, it sort of reminded me of these people that find ways to do good for people who really need it, who need to find some salvation and don't know where else to turn. And so if you like doing this role with Father Stu, I highly recommend Diary of a City Priest.
Yeah, I definitely checked that out. I'm a big fan of Dave Morris too. But you know, it's one of those things where Stu, like, he was so effective, especially like in his prison ministry. You know, when he would go and talk to the inmates, because he was one of those guys.
Yeah.
You know, so he could just tell them how it was. And we all know people who have made bad decisions, and you know, if they feel like nobody cares, then what are they going to live for? You know, we have to remind people that we're not going to give up on them. Nobody's beyond redemption. You see the good in people, and accepting people for who they are. So
it's so important. Yeah, that's what Christmas Carol is my favorite book of all time because of that. You have someone who is, well, everyone's deemed beyond, you know, help. This guy's gone, and he does have redemption. And sometimes you just need someone to extend a hand and say, okay, we're going to work on this. And that's what this whole movie is about. I love that he has almost a false, not a completely false start, Father Stu, to his embracing of becoming a priest. But it all becomes clear, as I said before, when he has another step in it, this disease that he gets that really, what does it really come down to? And it seems to me that you in your life have gone through, you've hit that point where you are all in now. Was that a hard process, or did you have a kind of a switch flick moment as Father Stu had?
No, I mean, I've always been, ever since a young age when I started refocusing on my faith, good things started happening for me. I'm a guy who's super disciplined and routine, and I've got a lot of gratitude. I'm like, okay, if this is working, I'm sticking with this. I'm not going to veer off of the plan at all. And then I realized, of course, all these things are happening for a reason. I'm being put in this position for a reason. The story's coming to me for a reason. And so to be able to then focus on doing the greater good and figuring out what my purpose is and how I utilize all the talents that I have and the position that I'm in to do something great and help people and inspire people to do more. And that's why I'm hearing now all these great stories. I can imagine if this movie works, I really want to focus on doing a lot more faith-based content, things that'll bring people together. Hopefully people will come to me with great stories. Young filmmakers will come with their ideas, and I'll be able to help them make their movies and get these kind of projects out there.
It helps people.
And then also doing more things just behind the scenes without going and talking about it, because, the left hand's not supposed to know what the right hand's doing. We're supposed to be doing things out of the goodness of our heart, not for a pat on the back. But it's also, it's important to have the conversation, especially in this day and age when there's so much focus and emphasis on negativity and people being so judgmental without really, and we all have our own stuff. We all have our own issues, and it'd be a shame for somebody to go and affect somebody else's life knowing they have stuff. I mean, that's a bad situation.
Yeah, the inclination just to dismiss people in their entirety it's got to change. It's how I think that's how we all heal when we start to do what you just said.
Casey mentioned your work ethic and how busy you are. Do you ever take breaks? You ever go on a little downtime?
Yeah, a little bit.
It's golf. It's golf, right?
But golf. I mean, I get that. I get that time every day. I wake up with my prayer routine and reading scripture, and then I kind of work out. And then if I'm lucky, I wake the kids up, I'll go play golf in 2 hours or less. I have that time to myself, and then I kind of work for the rest of the day. But yeah, I'm looking forward to the summer after I finish a movie in July and go up to our lake house in Gaza Ranch and play golf and hang out with the kids. And
you're my kind of golfer, by the way. I'm like a Sunday morning, crack of dawn.
Yeah,
little under 2 hours, I can play 18 holes.
Yeah,
Love
you got too much stuff to do. I mean,
you do a lot of praying on the course, I assume, right?
Please God, go
to make this.
Please God, go.
Yeah, it's funny because my wife was just give me an earful. She was like, Brendan, my youngest son now is playing golf too, which is the greatest thing ever.
Totally.
And it annoys my wife so much because now she can never say no to me going to play because both of my sons are playing.
Bonding time.
So he's like, Mom, Dad even rushes on the golf course. And she's like, you know how bad that is? You're rushing on the golf course. I said, whoa. I said, do you know why I rush on the golf course? She's like, no, why? I said, because you call me every 10 minutes going, where are you? Why are you taking so long? Get home. So I purposely stopped playing in the middle of the day with my friends and playing the 4-hour golf round.
Right.
And I started playing first thing, crack of dawn, like a crazy person for you. It's only for you.
Mark, there are certain scenes in certain movies that will just always bring a smile to my face. And there's a scene in Ted 2 where you guys are doing the Law and Order theme. And they started... Yes. And
Hey, you lawyer guy. Bum, bum.
They were advertising Law and Order: The Return during the Super Bowl this year pretty heavily, and I could not hear your voice and Seth MacFarlane's voice every time the spot came on. So I just want to thank you publicly for doing that scene.
Wow, thank you.
Well, I got to put in for the stripper name. When you run the stripper names, it's a perennial. My wife and I, that's a perennial. So
Well, there's a lot we could thank you for, but you do have to get going. So we're just going to remind people that Father Stu is in theaters April 13th. It's a great film. And if you get a chance, please go see it. And it's great to have you here in person. Thanks for stopping by,
likewise.
man.
It's nice to actually get into the studio again, see people one-on-one, face-to-face. I mean, this pandemic has been tough on everybody. So
I hear you, man.
Well, the movie came at the right time.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me, guys. I appreciate it.
Anytime. Mark Wahlberg.
Can't understand the words. Can you understand them?
Yeah, the mix is. It's,
I heard something about Bradley Cooper.
Yeah. I can give you the Well, I mean, it's accurate to Nicki Minaj. I mean, seriously.
I heard Iceworks.
Wait a minute. No, that's from Star Wars. I hear a character from one of the movies. What is it?
I know what you're talking about.
It's the dude with the butt face, the vagina face.
Oh, yeah. In the cantina.
Oh, yeah. In the cantina.
You'll be dead.
What?
Your face looks like a vagina.
I'll be careful.
A vagina.
What?
A woman's vagina. That's what your face looks like.
Oh.
Kathy, you've never seen the vagina?
Your face looks like a woman's vagina, is what I'm attempting to say. On this planet, it's probably the norm, but where I come from, we would be sexually aroused by your face. You understand? I'll forget it.
It's Alec Guinness's
See,
birthday today.
on my planet, we would say face effing, but we could do that with you. I'll forget it.
He doesn't understand. And welcome back from the weekend. Yesterday was just wonderful and didn't even rain as much as I thought it was going to.
So I've learned that even if they say it's going to rain, I don't know, it's been breaking in our favor lately the last couple of times. So, it was wonderful. How energizing is that when you step out and it's like that?
We went out, my daughter and son and I went out and hit a couple of parks. We went to Valley Forge, we went to the Audubon Society's sanctuary. And walked around outside for a while. And we were taking in the smells. Like when you get out into the areas, into the woods and so on, and you get these scents. It's just great, man. Makes you feel good.
It's funny you should say that because I said, warm weather has, and obviously there are reasons. There's obvious reasons. Things are warming up and you're getting that smell. But the second you step outside, it just smells like spring. Yeah. It smells good.
It's just so inviting.
Preston, are you enjoying nature? It's so nice, isn't it? Your walks with your family will be remembered forever.
Yeah.
Please drink it in.
And I posted this on Instagram yesterday. We found a used Trojan condom. Right by one of the cannons.
Do you think it was a Civil War condom?
I think it was, and that's why we left it. We felt that maybe it was important to leave that piece of history right there where it was. Yeah. Plus, we didn't want to touch it because there might have been some kind of who knows what. I didn't have any gloves or anything.
Yeah. Well, that could have been Lincoln's condom.
It could have been. Well, maybe Washington. You never know. It was made out of wood.
Oh, my God.
Well, it was stuffed with wood.
It was a wood rubber. No.
My dearest wife. Sex has become so painful since I started using those wooden condoms. Sorry about the splinters last night.
But anyhow, getting outside, oh man, it was something else. After surviving an overdose, a woman returns to her childhood home to confront her personal demons, but instead discovers a real one in Matriarch. Here star Kate Dickey explains who her character is.
Is not what she appears on the surface.
Slightly Scottish, you think?
Possibly, I'm not sure.
She has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
What the hell are you talking about?
That's one of the thickest I've ever heard.
I love it.
Yeah.
Can we play that again?
Instead of two, she says tay.
Yeah.
Is not what she appears on the surface. and she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
Yeah,
I love a hardcore
I do
Scottish
too.
accent.
And that is hardcore.
That is thick.
Though I'll have to see the movie and see, because a lot of times, as amazing as it is, someone with an accent that thick can peel it back, and you wouldn't know.
So Matriarch is out on Hulu now.
Where are you from?
Thanks, Kath. Text here. Marissa had said the food trucks sound great, but something to wash it down would be nice. If I am not mistaken, our friends at Xfinity Live are going to have your beverages there as well.
By the way, that does very well that evening.
Yeah. I think they were selling like tall boys.
Oh yeah,
yeah.
There's all sorts of
Those
stuff.
Pounders, man.
And then you get the drone and fireworks show.
Yep.
It's like it's the next best thing to peyote.
And Victory Beer Hall is right there, so you can go inside and grab a drink there if you want to. And we got you covered, man. Everything is taken care of. So let's do the Bizarre File.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
Brought to you by RDSC Philly J-Dog. J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. You got junk, you want it gone. Then you want J-Dog Junk Removal and Hauling. Veteran and military, family-owned and operated. Visit J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. That's J-Dog Junk Removal, RDSC.com. An unidentified hiker in Australia was extremely lucky after being bitten by what he thought was a harmless diamond python, which he had captured and took home to show his kids. Unfortunately, it was a case of mistaken identity.
What was it?
As the reptile turned out to be a poisonous, broad-headed snake, which looks very similar to a diamond python. The incident occurred last Wednesday in the New South Wales area of Australia.
I know, diamond python. I get that all the time.
The man was hiking with friends when he spotted the reptile and captured it. When he was bitten, he didn't think anything of it.
I would think something of it.
Until he returned home and became violently ill. He ended up in the hospital after violently vomiting for 3 hours and experiencing a large swollen hand.
Did he have violent bowel movements?
I don't know about that. Ray McGibbon wrote on his Snake Catcher Facebook page that a nurse had phoned him to get an identification of the reptile to determine the proper treatment. He said they did find traces of venom in the hiker's system. After 6 hours, he was sent home to recover. During that time, I collected the snake from his residence, got the location where they found the snake, and returned it back to its habitat Saturday morning. The hiker was extremely lucky to make it out after being bitten. He said it could have been a lot worse than it was. McGibbon wrote that all broad-headed snakes have the potential to cause death from a bite, that its venom is neurotoxic with powerful procoagulants and is weakly hemolytic as well, whatever that means.
That was procoag. I saw there was a naturalist or somebody who was very revered and you'd think would have a very even head about all this stuff. And this guy who looked like he was 70 years old and had tons of research, basically saying Australia's a hellhole. Basically saying, there's so much there that can kill you.
Right. Yeah, it's true. A concert goer who accidentally caused the evacuation of a major concert venue in Scotland's capital city has expressed his sincere apologies at the terrible error. Edinburgh's Usher Hall was evacuated towards the end of a performance by the Royal Scottish National Orchestra, and fire crews called to the scene to ensure the building was safe. So once the concert hall was given the green light, the orchestra returned and finished the show, completing the final movement of Dvorak's Symphony No. 6. In what would be any music lover's worst nightmare, it was revealed that the fire alarm was triggered by the audience member, as merely he was struggling to open the doors.
Oh, no.
He asked not to be named. He said he apologized for ruining everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for causing the ruckus. I ripped a real stinker, and I was trying to get out to the lobby to save his all.
He told the paper that he tried to leave the venue slightly early because he had to go to he had to catch a particular train, and in the course of trying to sneak off,
I got a turtle head, Palkin.
Quietly, he hit the wrong button. He said, I couldn't open the doors.
Could you imagine?
I wonder if there was a button on the wall to open or unlock the doors. I noticed a small red button behind a sliding plastic opening with arrows on either side pointing away from it. And I was in a bit of a hurry. I pressed the button and was horrified to realize it was the fire alarm.
I hit a door one time that had the fire alarm attached to it when I was working at the bookstore, But leaving them all, and it wasn't really spelled out, but I was a dumbass. I hit it and set the alarm off.
Yeah.
Does that happen in this building? Because there are a few exits that are marked that way.
Yeah.
If you go down stairwells, but so I'm afraid to do it, Steve. Because I don't want the alarm to go off.
Well, this dumbass did it, and yeah. It's embarrassing to say the least.
It was a very loud alarm. It was ringing, and a recorded voice was telling everyone to evacuate the building because a fire had been.
Get the hell out.
He said he is now too shamefaced to ever return.
I'm too shy. Hush.
How do I? The Edinburgh venue, and he's also plans to make a donation to the orchestra by way of reparations.
Yeah, piccolo.
The battle of elk versus car, and in this particular video, you can chalk one up for the elk. So a tourist at Yellowstone National Park found out the hard way that provoking an elk isn't exactly the smartest idea.
Those things are effing huge.
Even when protected by a couple of 1,000 pounds of metal. This is a great video, by the way. So the largest species of deer is blocking the road. The driver approached slowly to try and make the animal move, and he's in the video, he's going, "You want to fight?"
Yeah.
He's saying that to the elk. He's saying, "You want to fight? I want to fight you."
I want to fight you.
Yeah, so
I want to fight you.
the elk slowly starts stepping back, but the driver pulled up close for an uncomfortable stare down. The elk stood its ground, and believing that he had won the war, the driver asked in a mocking tone, "Oh, you want to go, bud?" So the elk steps back, lowers its head, and it just slams its antlers into the tire and pops the tire.
I love that.
It was hilarious.
You're going to have a hell of a story on that one.
It was hilarious. You can actually hear it in the video. You just use it.
I love that.
And the guy behind the wheel just goes, "Well, there you go."
That's awesome.
The situation could have been much worse for the tourists, who were lucky that a flat tire was all that happened in the particular outcome. So it will occur.
That's right. We're in running season.
Yeah. And then in Lansing, Michigan, a lingerie store was left damaged and closed for a day after a deer crashed through the front door and caused chaos. According to the owner of Curvaceous Lingerie,
Looking for something to spice up my relationship.
on Saturday around noon, a deer charged into the store from across the street, breaking through the glass door.
What the hell are you doing?
And then began to skid and slide around the store, breaking mirrors and wrecking mannequins. I had a deer. I came over a hill this morning, and there was a buck standing in the middle of the road. And he did that thing where his legs started slipping around on the pavement. Because he was trying to get away quickly. And, it's a good thing that I didn't slam into him, but it was kind of funny for a second to watch.
There's a stretch on Lincoln when I'm coming in. Yeah, it's very Three Stooges, where I've been seeing them virtually every morning now, and so I slow down to a crawl.
Yep, they're up. I see them every day. People in the store opened the door, and the deer eventually ran outside. A customer did call 911. Meanwhile, no one
Does
was
this make me look cheap?
hurt, and the store had ended up closing for the day. And that is the last story I have for you in the Bizarre File for today. All right, as we take a break, we've been telling you to text in the word secret all morning long, and now we need to get a winner. So Kathy's going to tell you what caller you have to be.
9.
All right, the 9th caller.
9 times. 9 times.
You need to know the secret text word. So call now, 215-263-WMMR. We'll grab a random texter and give that winner their prize when we return as well. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
She appears on the surface, and she has a whole different agenda going on as well. But it unfolds into something that you're maybe not quite expecting.
It's like a Simpsons character.
I know. Totally.
Holy crap.
Groundskeeper Willie.
All right, next clip. Here we go. In Ticket to Paradise, a divorced couple teams up to stop their daughter from making the same mistake they think they made 25 years ago. And then this clip star George Clooney explains why he and co-star Julia Roberts never dated.
Is not what she appears on the surface, and she has a whole different agenda going on as well.
Well, if you guys didn't know, Kathy had the Rona. She got past it, but there are some lingering effects, and a lot of people have dealt with this lack of taste thing.
Would it be safe to say that it licked her ass?
I think it licked her ass. Now, if you don't know about that, she had texted someone that it kicked her ass and accidentally typed in licked her ass. And this wasn't a close personal friend either. It was more of a casual relationship. And
I love it.
Took it to another level. But so your sense of taste, at what point? Because listen, when you get a cold, when you get the flu, it's standard that happens, but it doesn't linger afterwards. So did this happen at the onset of symptoms, or did this happen later on?
No, so I was like a few days into having COVID, and I had congestion too. So, sometimes, like you said, like if you have congestion, you have a cold or whatever, like, taste won't be there. So that's what I kept telling myself. I was like, no, I think it's that, because there was like a little bit still there. So I'm like, maybe it's just the congestion, like normal, and I'm not really losing my taste. No. And then flash forward, now we're a few weeks in, and my taste is, I would say my taste is like 0 to 10%. I don't know. Maybe today I'll see. I thought maybe at one point it was coming back. I had yellow mustard. I told you guys this, but I don't know if it was like whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
You don't know if it was like the spices in the mustard,
right, exactly.
as opposed to its actual flavor.
Yeah.
It's like it's nothing you would be able to compare it to in life. I mean, it's such
so
a unique
weird.
thing to have happen.
Yeah.
And so for the most part, people have what they call the long Rona. Still, even they eventually get their taste back, but it can be a while.
God,
I've seen stories of people that have gone like a year without having taste. My grandmother, this was a long time ago, went years a loss of taste.
Is that right? What caused
then
it?
It just came back.
Right.
I don't know. We never found out.
And now she's a food critic.
No, she's dead.
Oh, okay.
But anyway, she couldn't taste anything, and then it just came back around one day.
What's weird here, and not to like sound too alarming here, but there is something cerebral going on there, which is like a little bit scary, don't you think?
So I heard a doctor talk about it and why, and it all stems from the nose and like the blood vessels that are in the nose.
The nose.
And again, I just watched like a quick video, so hopefully that's accurate. But that's what he was saying, and like my sense of smell, I think I have a little bit of it. Like I would say maybe like 25%. Like if I stick my nose in something, I might be able to identify.
Well, they go hand in hand.
Yeah.
I mean, so your olfactory senses inform your taste to some degree. I don't know what the percentage is.
Hey, if you were going to lick someone's ass, now is the time to do it.
No,
This is the time to do it.
We can give away mixed martial arts tickets.
Yeah. All right, so what we've decided to do, and actually it was Kathy's idea, we're going to do a taste test this morning of some various things and see if she can identify. Now, they have various consistencies to them, so that might be a clue into what you might be tasting. Right. But nonetheless, we want to see if you can identify. And some of these things are very strong flavors. We're not throwing anything.
All right.
You're not going to taste anything effed up. We're not
like
doing
toilet water.
Yeah, we're not doing it.
You wouldn't know what that tastes like anyway.
It's all edible, and
or
you'll
like,
be fine.
Is there a
foot
chance?
Shavings?
Yeah,
None
foot
of
shavings.
that.
No, is there a chance that this might, because of the wide variety to her palate, is it possible this might kickstart your taste back up?
Ooh.
Possibly.
I also read a lot about that. People trying to do that using like pepper, and there was another thing where if you like burn an orange peel. Yeah,
Carter told me about it yesterday. He's like, "Ooh, there's this thing," and I saw it, and I was like, "Really?" And he goes, "He goes, hang on." He looks at me, and goes, "Oh, it's not real. No, it's not real." Yeah,
like people were trying it, but there's no scientific evidence that it works.
All right,
hang on. Let me go to Steve real quick. Steve lost his taste. Hey, Steve, how you doing?
Hey, how you guys doing?
All right, buddy. So, did you have Corona?
Yes, last year.
Okay, and how long has it been since you've been able to taste anything?
Over 400 days.
400 days.
Now, Steve, let me ask you a question, because you're not necessarily eating for taste anymore. Have you lost?
I am anger eating.
Yeah,
anger eating.
All right, so have you lost any weight as a result, or nothing's changed?
You know what? Everybody says, "Oh, you must have lost so much weight." I lost some in the beginning. In the beginning, I lost a lot. But as time goes on, I'm just anger eating. I'll buy Reese's Cups and I'll be like, damn it, I'm going to taste these Reese's Cups. And I don't.
Steve, do you feel, and you're like constantly searching for it, right? Like you constantly, you're like, okay, let me try this. Maybe there'll be a little bit there.
Yeah. And the only thing is I have had twinges of, like if somebody has like a lemon cookie or a lemon cupcake, I might get like the taste of lemon with the first bite, and then everything, and then it's gone. Like there's just nothing.
Steve, so this would not affect though your hunger, right? Hunger is.
Oh no, of course not.
Yeah,
of course not.
Yeah,
that's the best part of the whole thing.
Yeah.
You still have to eat. You just have no joy in any of it. I always say it's like Captain Barbossa in Pirates of the Caribbean. They just want to watch Keira Knightley eat because they have no joy.
Right. They can't experience. Well, but look. I mean, statistically, it you should get a return, and there's no guarantee it's going to be anytime soon. But man, my heart goes out to you.
I've tried the other things. Like my wife has been getting me to try this smell therapy where you smell coffee grinds, you smell oranges, you smell.
But they say that takes like years to actually kick in and work because it's supposed to be like based on your memory.
Yeah, it's really weird. And then I eat things because I like pizza. I know what pizza tastes like,
right?
So I eat it. But now I'm more concerned with like texture. So I'll eat things that like I always want nachos because nachos have crunch, they have sauce, they have But December 9th, 2020 was my my last day.
All right, Steve, were you vaccinated?
Yeah, and boosted.
Okay.
Yeah, but that was all after. I mean,
I know there's connections to any of this stuff. All right.
Yeah.
Dude, I feel for you. Hang in there. Hopefully it'll come back around.
Preston, what about you, man?
If I
What
lost
about
my
you?
sense of taste,
forget it.
I would be so upset.
It's so weird.
I find so much joy in eating. But I mean, I guess you wouldn't you switch to a healthier eating habit if you don't
I'm
care?
pretty healthy. You're pretty healthy too. So it's not like you're going crazy.
Right.
But, like,
so
why
I
eat
eat
ice
very
cream?
healthy. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Because of the texture.
The little treats.
Yeah, but it's the texture. Like Steve said, you're constantly searching for something. So like, you could sit there and eat healthy, but it's like you like. So for me, melted cheese, that texture.
Does that give you pleasure?
Yes.
Okay.
So
right now, that's because I can't taste anything.
Like zero sugar ice cream. And stuff like
can't you
that,
find something that like is
approximate it
that approximates the texture and that is not
putty
loaded with
Case you could.
Yeah.
Those are great putty.
Amy said she did the orange chicken at work.
All right.
Oh, well, if this is the case, then we
Let's hear
need to
it.
do this after the contest.
We'll try.
Get an orange.
I would love to go to these calls, but listen, I want to go through this and see if she can identify these things or not. So let's give this a try. We're going to be drinking things, by the way. We're not going to be eating.
Oh my God, she's lost her sense of balance.
She can't stand up. You okay?
Tripped over her own headphones.
I had to move, and I tripped over my headphones.
Okay.
Oh,
So we have all grabbed some things from our cabinets and refrigerators and brought them in. And, I have the sheet here. Don't look over here.
Yeah, don't look.
She's not wearing her glasses.
No, she's getting blindfolded. She's blind and no taste.
And Marissa, are we putting the mask on her or no?
We're putting the because
it covers up her nose.
Exactly.
So we have a
But
full.
I do want to try to smell it afterwards if I
mask.
can't taste it.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, we'll figure this out.
This is a legitimate. Should we be wearing goggles and lab coats?
So here's what we'll do. Marissa has put all these in numbered cups, little shot glasses, and Kathy's going to sip it, and we'll just have her guess. And I've got the list here, and then I'll reveal what it is, and we'll see if she gets anywhere near it.
Okay. The password is.
Yeah.
So do you want me to put these goggles on?
Do you want to eliminate the smell as well fully?
I mean, listen, I can sip it. If you hand me, I can sip it without smelling it.
All right.
Because I want to see if my sense of smell is there or not afterwards.
All right, let's leave him off as long as it doesn't tip you off. So, Marissa, give her number one. We'll start with us. We can go in order. This is a good
Marissa, I don't know where you are.
order that we have, and she'll
Okay.
she'll put it in your hand. Okay,
Man, I can smell it.
Do you know where your mouth is?
Shut up. All right, are you guys ready?
Yeah, take a sip.
Don't smell.
And see
I'm
what
not
you
going
think.
to smell.
You can shoot the whole thing.
Don't smell.
Probably don't drink the whole thing. You need to save some room. Okay, so you getting any sensation?
Something. It's like, it's not water.
Okay, not water.
It's I want to say like a I want to say sauce, but it's not that thick, so
Okay.
it's not a sauce. But that's what I'm getting. Like I would something like a pasta sauce or something.
Pasta sauce. So she's guessing pasta sauce.
Okay. And what is it, Preston?
It's a sauce.
Wait. Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
She just spilled it on her sweater. She just spilled it on the carpet.
Mackle farts.
You picked the wrong one to spill, too.
Yeah, you did. That's going to stain.
All right, get her sweater quickly. Kathy, take your top off quickly.
I'm sorry.
No, it's not your fault. You're legitimately handicapped.
Guys, I have to touch your boob.
Marissa, let me clean her.
By the way, go on YouTube now if you ever want to.
Musically, I don't like go down to Australia.
Hey,
and knock
Preston's
on
here.
The Ferris Brothers door and say, hi, I'm a big fan. Devil
It's so
Inside.
good to see you.
I heard a song the other day that every now and then an artist, they have enough of a library, you kind of forget about some songs. And I heard Suicide Blonde. Man, I haven't heard that song in ages. But they have so many great tunes. But Devil Inside being one of them. It is about 18 minutes after 10 o'clock on this Wednesday morning. We asked for you. I didn't ask. Kathy asked you to call in. Or at least to be caller number 9 to see if you could get our secret.
No.
Oh, yeah, I hit the wrong button. Sorry.
That's all right. I'll fix it.
And see if you could win our secret text word prize. And we were looking for caller number 9. So that is Alan. Alan. Good morning, Alan.
Good morning, Preston and Steve show.
Nope.
Alan.
All right, Alan, what is our secret text word, brother?
Secret text word is Vanderbilt.
Vanderbilt is correct, yes. Well done, sir. Hang on the line, buddy. We are going to set you up with a pair of tickets to see Nate Bargatze. The Be Funny Tour, Thursday, March 7th at Wells Fargo Center. Is this because Steve said this earlier?
Yes.
Okay. Tickets are on sale now via Ticketmaster. I didn't know if it tied into Nate Bargatze.
No, not even a little bit.
So we're also going to get a winner in Margie. It's Margie.
Yeah.
Margie Majorana, who is from Myerstown, Pennsylvania. And Margie just got some tickets to go see Nate Bargatze.
And Margie is a regular at the Camp Out for Hunger.
Oh, that's awesome. So we'll see you there, Margie. All right. Today's lesson question. Nick, you did. You.
Oh, there they are.
You little
sweetheart,
didn't you? He set them over here,
You
and
little
I
Dickens.
completely forgot to look at them ahead of time. All right,
That makes it fun. Now you can be surprised.
Let's go with this. Kathy loves the show Yellowstone so much she should star in a spinoff called what? Boy, that was from early this morning. It was like 6:30 this morning.
Yeah.
So we're looking for early morning listeners who know the answer to that. Kathy loves the show Yellowstone so much she should be in a spinoff called what? 215-263-WMMR. If you know the answer, please call right now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
This morning, it is brought to you by Monster Mania 57 this weekend in Oaks, Pennsylvania with Alice Cooper's The Scream Reunion. Stars of Five Nights at Freddy's, Steve Morrison,
That's right.
and more. Tickets are on sale now, monstermania.net. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Well, State Assembly member Wendy Carrillo arrested for DUI earlier this week in L.A. after she claimed she caused a multi-car collision while sneezing. Carrillo says she was caught off guard by the sneeze, which caused her to spill her margarita.
Oh, my God.
Over 80 objects connected to the Kennedy assassination are up for sale by RR Auctions. The collection includes a piece of fence from the grassy knoll and a photo of a CIA agent slapping a "Shoot Me" sign on Kennedy's back. And finally, Brendan Fraser, who won an Oscar for The Whale, drawing some criticism for his performance in the new movie Killers of the Flower Moon. Some critics are saying Fraser did not play his role fat enough. That's your Hollywood.
All right, we're looking for the answer to this question. Kathy loves Yellowstone so much she should star in a spinoff called what? And we will check in with Tracy to see if we can get an answer. Hi, Tracy.
Hello.
All right, Tracy. Kathy loves Yellowstone so much she should star in a spinoff called what?
Redstone?
Redstone. Yeah. One of her favorite restaurants. Tracy, hang on the line. You just got yourself a pair of tickets for Tinseltown, the holiday spectacular. It's coming to South Philly FDR Park this winter, and visitors of all ages will feel the magic of the holiday season as they stroll through a spectacle of lights, dine on festive treats and beverages, and you can meet Santa Claus and so much more. Tickets are now available on tinseltownholiday.com. Use the code WMMR20 and you can get 20% off.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
Can't you give me a straight answer?
answer anymore.
Brought to you by Dietz & Watson. Whether you are craving smoky, spicy, or sweet, Dietz & Watson has what you need to create the perfect sandwich. Dietz & Watson. It's a family thing. Premium meats and artisan cheeses since 1939. After 10 years away from Bon Jovi, Richie Sambora says it's time to return. As he spoke to People.com about the band's
John really misses him.
40th anniversary, he said it could definitely happen. I don't think there's any reason not to at this point.
So is he just talking in a vacuum, or has anyone intimated that this might be the case from the Bon Jovi camp?
I'm guessing he probably is talking in a vacuum, but he goes on to say there's a documentary that's being done about the band and stuff that I participated in, and people and people want to come see us play. And it's going to make everybody happy. I mean, essentially, that's why you do it at this point.
I tell you what, I mean, not that Bon Jovi couldn't, sell tickets, and they do it quite nicely.
Yeah.
It would be a cool thing to have that.
There'd be a lot of people that would want to see Richie back playing with the band again. But he confirmed that they've been talking about it. He wouldn't commit to a date, but he did say when it does happen, it's got to be right.
Well, they don't have to have a full-blown date. They can just go out for coffee.
He played with, the last time he played with Bon Jovi was at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction in 2018. If you attended the Metallica concert in St. Louis over the weekend, you were part of history. The band set an attendance record at the Dome at America Center with an audience of 100,000 people.
Oh, my God.
Wow. Yeah, I don't even...
Where is it?
It says the Dome at America Center. Now,
Is that where the Rams used to play?
Maybe, but how could you fit 100,000 people?
Well, you got the floor.
But when the link has a concert and even the floor is filled, I don't think it's anywhere near 100,000.
Well, what is the link max? Is
Maybe
it 80
at the most. I'm not really sure.
Where
so
do
anyway,
the deer and the antelope play?
Mainly on the range.
Home.
And when they're home. Is that the one? Is that where the Rams used to play? All right.
It used to be called
TWA?
It was the TWA Dome and then Edward Jones Dome when the Rams were there.
The hell else goes on there?
Yeah, I don't know.
Convention center's case, like they'll have
weddings.
Those are the three.
All right,
Metallica concerts, weddings, conventions.
Bill Weston is checking in right now. He says it's counting the Friday and Sunday shows.
Okay. There you go. All right. It says Pantera Mammoth WVH opened the concert on Friday, which was the first of 2 nights in St. Louis. So they posted a thank you to fans and wrote that the sold out show for their no repeat weekend
Maybe
gig.
I'm wrong.
Gigs.
Maybe I'm right.
Was the most tickets sold for any event since the venue opened in 1995.
This aerial shot of the pyro is insane.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
If you're going to the show, if they do it again, bring a long stick and some wieners.
Yeah. Make a little delightful treat out of it. One last story. Def Leppard guitarist Vivian Campbell updated fans on his health and talked about his Hodgkin's lymphoma, which he's been battling for 10 years. He said it's like whack-a-mole. You beat something back and then it pops up somewhere else. But it's been pretty consistent battle, but it hasn't been too difficult for me. About 8 years ago, he started doing immunotherapy and taking a drug called pembrolizumab as part of a clinical trial, and says that it worked well for him. And about once a month until just last year, he would get infusions. And about that, he said, honestly, that the hardest part was scheduling it with all my travel.
You know, that drug it's essentially Skyrizi with Pesto.
Oh, yeah. Listen, people have been just thinking of Pesto as a delightful sauce.
They don't realize it is basically a miracle drug.
No. I think it's the pine nuts in there. So at the end
There's pine nuts in it?
There are.
Oh.
At the end of July, he started 6 cycles.
Is a pine nut a nut? It's a nut. It's
Yeah.
a nut? Okay.
Yeah. You can bust a pine nut.
Mm-hmm. At the end of July, he started 6 cycles of a combination therapy of a chemo drug called brentuximab and an immunotherapy drug called nivolumab. And other than losing his hair, he said, so far, so good.
Very brave of him, and the whole attitude is great. So I'm glad to hear he's doing well.
He gave the medical update during a podcast called Lymphoma Voices. It's a series to help people and their family and friends that live with cancer, by the way.
Good for him.
Yeah. And by the way, Pesto, I think, is basil, pine nuts, and Parmesan and oil.
Okay.
And a little salt and pepper.
So let me ask you this, and I know that I have to ask now. It's incumbent upon me to ask. given your druthers between a tomato sauce and a pesto sauce, what would you defer to? Because I'm gonna say pesto sauce.
Can't do too much of pesto sauce though.
Yeah.
It's like
actually
in small amounts.
And it's very high calorically. Very, very
Pesto
high.
is?
Yeah, pesto.
Okay.
But
what about Presto?
Well,
Presbo.
Yeah. Presbo. Totally
got its own sauce.
Totally pesto.
Yeah, I'll make some for you.
Presbo does sound like a nice
Presbo sauce.
It's a jarred sauce. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It'd be next to ragu and
I can't fill up a jar.
And Prego.
Presbo sauce. We have a picture for Totally Pesto.
Yeah.
The connoisseur, it's great. But pesto pasta, which is a picture above it, that is some wonderful stuff.
That's kind of your go-to, really. I prefer more of a red sauce.
By the way, I'm saying that right now, and I could have a completely opposite opinion in 10 minutes.
Depends on your mood.
Yeah.
I think I prefer a spicier sauce, like a Fra Diavolo.
What was it?
Fra Diavolo.
I'm not even familiar with it.
Yeah, FRA and
In the USA.
DIAVLO.
I think it means from the devil, right? That's where the spice comes from. Casey, you put the little clam sauce in there for Fra Diavolo. Do you like it on a seafood?
If I was gonna do a Fra Diavolo, I would prefer for it to either be crab or shrimp.
Yeah.
So it's very hot.
It's got a little spice to
Got a
it.
little spice to it. Got a little kick. Fra Diavolo sauce
Yeah.
is a spicy Italian-American tomato sauce. So for pasta or seafood, I made it with a crush of pepper and garlic and a little bit of herbs of parsley.
Freshy pepper.
Freshy.
But let me tell you something.
Brother
when
Devil.
you take a dump, it's going to be like the invasion of Italy.
Oh, Brother Devil.
Yes.
That's what it means. Okay.
What's that, Casey? What's that BYO Italian joint? They have a few of them around.
Fellini.
That's it. They have a really good Fra Diavolo.
Yeah. The only problem is I always get the 44, which is a linguine with crab.
I know. I
got
know
the
exactly
number.
what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Well, because it's the only thing I get.
Listen, you know why I probably never had it? I do tend to shy away from things on the menu if they say spicy because
I do as
sometimes
well.
you get it, it's too spicy. I'm like, I'm not going to eat this.
Let me tell you something.
You know
If
what I mean?
something sits, and I freely admit to being a pussy about the overly spicy stuff, but sometimes if it adds for me, if it adds a bit of character,
Yes.
then I'm fine with that.
I am the same.
I heard about this other dish that a place near me has, and it was on special, but my brother was saying that he's going to call the owner. No.
It's a
not
dad joke.
it's not
Come
a
on,
dad
I can
joke.
feel it.
It's not.
Okay.
It's chicken Parmesan egg roll. And I was like, that doesn't sound, I've never heard of that before. And he said, it is so good that it needs to be on the menu all the time.
Really?
Yeah. Have you guys ever heard of it?
It sounds like a riff on the cheesesteak egg roll, which I'm way over.
They are the main culinary item you'll find at strip clubs.
Cheesesteak egg rolls? That and
I can see a chicken parm egg roll, sure.
Yeah.
We used to get when we had with those gigs at Risque and Bristol.
Yeah.
That was the cheesesteak egg rolls.
How about pudding egg rolls? Would those be good?
They're very good.
Yeah.
Excuse me, I understand you serve pudding egg rolls. And one of them tapioca.
Oh, God.
I do love pudding.
Jesus.
All right.
Okay.
Who doesn't?
I do.
Okay. What flavor?
Chocolate.
Okay.
However, tapioca is wonderful.
I mean-
But you know what? Butterscotch is wonderful.
I
too.
think vanilla pudding is the unsung hero of all puddings.
How about the combo, which would be the parfait or the ribbon, the chocolate and the vanilla?
Oh, yeah.
Banana pudding is pretty
Banana pudding.
Pudding is disgusting.
Do you have banana pudding?
Banana pudding with Nilla wafers.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Did you hear pudding guy? She said it was disgusting.
Disgusting. Listen, again,
She's been drinking over
No,
here.
I think it's the texture. It's like too thick. It's like thicker than yogurt, but
we are
not as thick
glossing
as ice
over
cream.
a genius statement by Nick. when
No,
he
yes.
introduced the
Sorry,
vanilla
sorry.
wafers.
Yeah.
My
which
mom
is-
used to make that.
My mother made
Yeah.
that. That was one of my favorite desserts. And she said, one day you'll work with a woman who hates this.
My mom would make it in like one of those trefoil things.
Oh, those are so good.
Yeah. You could use ladyfingers too. if
Yeah,
you
absolutely. Living human lady.
wanted to. No, not human
Like
beings.
Art the Clown.
They're like little cakes.
Steve, did you make the comment or was it you, Preston, about the pudding egg rolls? Was that you, Preston?
Yes.
All right. So I was thinking when you said that it's kind of like a fried ice cream.
It's like a cannoli.
Oh.
It's like
It's
a sealed
kind of like a cannoli. That's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
But egg rolls, their shell has a little less integrity than the cannoli shell, and it would be very messy.
Oh, yeah.
Your brain has the shell on it.
Squirt all over the place.
But you heat up a cannoli so that the outside is a little toasty and then the inside would be like an ice cream.
Well, you can't heat it up with the filling inside.
What I'm trying to get at is, can you make a cannoli like a fried ice cream approach? Like heat up the outside. And
I always thought a cannoli was
It is fried.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Have
but
you
like
ever had
it's not served hot.
No.
The exterior of a fried ice cream is kind of cooked
Served
a little
hot.
bit.
I've never had fried ice cream.
Never.
I like it.
Oh,
Is it
well,
good?
Yeah,
Chi-Chi's
yeah.
was the best.
Yes.
Okay.
Celebration of fun over there. Chi-Chi's.
Okay.
Have you ever? We did have. We had. Remember, we had deep fried brownies and deep fried Mars bars.
Yeah, we. I think we did. We do that in the deep fryer
in the studio. Yeah,
I remember that.
Those are good for you.
In the.
They are insanely good, and the great thing is that it actually makes you thinner when you eat those.
That's right.
Wow. Nah, I'm like that's like getting me and Kathy in the hot fruit territory. I don't want the.
Yeah.
I don't want things that are supposed to not be hot.
Right.
If that makes any sense.
Yeah, I got you.
All right. Anyway,
Deep fried ice cubes.
This has been Music News.
All right.
We're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will wrap up the show and get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize. Stay with us.
Oh my God, dude.
I almost have it
Now
out.
go a little slowly.
I almost have it out. There we go.
Oh,
All
my
right,
God.
thanks.
Preston, can you smell it on that side of the console?
No, not from where I'm sitting now.
Because I absolutely can, and the smell is very distinct.
Can I guess now?
Yeah, what is it?
Is it hot sauce?
No, it is not. Kathy, that is soy sauce.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's way off. Not
Yeah.
even clear.
And by the way, she took a sip. Like most people would go, "Whoa!"
Yeah, it's soy sauce is very strong. It's very, very salty.
All right, wait.
And you could only handle a little bit of that straight, but she shot quite a bit of it. Yes.
All right, I can't see, so I don't want to spill it again. Marissa, where's my water? A little bit. All right, here we go.
Oh my God!
I need a piece of water.
Helen Keller had it
Okay.
together.
Let's go with number 2. Don't spill this one either.
You can do it.
There's the microphone is right in front of you, so don't hit it. All right.
Don't tip it or tilt it.
Take a sip of this and see what you think. All right. So, by the way, Kathy's lost her sense of taste. Let's see. We're testing this out on her, and if you're just tuning in, that's what we're doing.
All right.
A little thicker, isn't it?
Thicker and sweet.
Okay.
Oh, so sweet. You could determine.
Yeah.
Maybe.
I honestly don't know what it is. I know it's sweet, and by the texture, I'm gonna say maybe like you put it. What the hell is it called? The chocolate that you put on ice cream, like a
Hershey's,
like a chocolate syrup.
Yeah, like a chocolate syrup.
She got it right. Kathy, lucky you. One of the things you can taste is chocolate syrup.
Honestly, if you're going to lose anything, and keep one thing, keep your ability to taste chocolate.
Did the texture help with that?
Yeah, I think. Well, that's why I think I was able to guess.
But you definitely picked up on sweet, and you know why you probably could, because you just had really, really salty before that.
Right before it.
Okay, let's go with number 3 and try this one out. A shot of this one. Yep.
Jinx.
All right. We'll sip of this one. Oh, wow.
Oh.
Strong reaction from this.
Oh, what the hell is that?
Wow. So a big reaction.
Like it definitely triggered something.
Like prom night?
No, like some sort of taste buds in my mouth, but I have no idea.
Just describe. So
What it
so
is.
sweet,
Wow.
savory. What is the reaction?
No, like vinegar, maybe.
She's right. Yeah.
But here's the thing:
It doesn't taste like vinegar?
No, it's the guess is the way
So,
it made me feel.
You probably got a little tangy, sensation like you would
Yeah.
on your tongue, like mouth watering a little bit from.
Yeah, absolutely. But here's the thing: I'm smelling it, and I can't smell it either.
It was white wine vineger.
But I could. Where's that? Is the hot sauce still? I mean, the FUD, the
chocolate sauce?
The FUD.
What about? I think she was going to say fudge.
Like
FUD.
so that I can smell. I can
Okay.
smell the hot sauce, but I can't smell that vinegar.
That's not hot sauce. That's chocolate
I mean,
sauce.
sorry, chocolate sauce.
That's
Dear
what you would
God.
put on a chocolate FUD sundae.
Let's do the next one. We got to move through these. All right. So number 4, Marissa, if you would please. So she's gotten 2 out of 3 so far.
That's not
But
bad.
it was kind of guessing.
Well,
and not going, yeah, that is this.
You're right. It's a combination of cues that are helping her get to the answer.
All right, Kathy. This is another one.
All right. This
one's kind of thick too.
Pondering.
I don't want any more of it, whatever it is.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, that sounds about right.
does it?
Yeah.
I think so.
You know.
Okay, I have no idea what it is.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever watch Dr. Pimple Popper? No.
Oh my God!
Dude.
Stop it, Steve! Don't do that to me. Can I smell it?
Yeah.
Try it that
Yeah,
way?
okay. So you don't have a guess.
Oh, no,
But
I-
smelling it?
No smell.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Okay. It's ranch dressing.
Oh.
Yeah, that's Hidden Valley ranch dressing. The goat of ranch dressing.
Yeah.
And by the way, you guys know my sense of smell and taste. Like
incredibly acute.
Normally, I would have been. I could do this in 2 seconds. All of it.
You were able to discern between water.
Yeah.
Types of
different
water.
water. Seriously.
All right, next sample. This is number 5. Go ahead whenever you're ready. And this one this is very identifiable.
Okay, there's a little sweetness to this again.
Okay.
Maybe like I want to say a juice.
A juice.
Like apple juice?
Like apple juice.
She got it right.
Oh! Well, you might.
And here's the thing. I'm smelling it, too. I can smell the apple juice. I mean, is it safe to say that the sweet stuff
You're
can
picking up
taste
on
a
sweet.
little
You're
more
rocking
so
sweet than anything else. Yes. And you know what? A text came in that says sweet is the last taste to be lost, even with aging. Like that's the one that we hang on to the most.
Okay.
Don't know if there's any validity to that or not.
Well,
but
this has nothing to do with aging.
That's
This
why
is
old people
only-
love pudding.
Yeah. All right, here's the next one. This is mystery drink number 6.
Mystery drink number 6.
She's grimacing.
I know this one.
What is it?
I can taste it. Is it pickle juice?
You got it.
Wow. Kathy, so that is not sweet, unless it is sweet pickles.
No, I don't know.
And you don't like pickles, do you?
No, I love pickles.
All right,
Oh,
well,
so-
good for you.
so-
See, we're finding things that you'll be able to eat and
Yeah, yeah.
taste. That's
Kathy,
great.
that's awesome.
Yeah,
So
yeah, yeah,
chocolate
yeah.
and pickles.
We're curing her. You're pregnant. No, we're Preston. We are legitimately curing her.
We're getting somewhere.
We should set up an institute.
If you've had the taste issue, you should do this type of thing at home as well. You might find 1 or 2 things that stands out.
By the way, Kathy, though you can't see it, I'm wearing protective goggles.
Hey,
I had to take mine off.
You know what? And also the caller that we had earlier, though, Kathy had said that he could taste lemon for a moment.
Yes.
And then as he continued to eat, it would go away. So this is something you'll have to test with.
Why don't you forget the moose?
Oh, for a moment.
For a moment.
I got it.
Yeah, that
with
happened.
pickles.
That happened to my mom. She lost her taste for a really long time, and the same thing. She said it came back. She would eat, and she'd get it at the beginning of the meal, and then by like mid-meal, she couldn't taste anything.
Here's
eat quickly.
Here's the next one for you. Let's try this. This is number 7. We have 15 of these, by the way.
All right. Not a clue.
Looks like she doesn't really like the way it tastes. Or are you just
I'm
perplexed
not like a
by it?
huge fan. I think it's might be on the sweeter side, but it's not as sweet as that chocolate sauce.
Okay.
Like a pudding?
Pudding. No, it is not a pudding.
Let me smell it. Hold on.
Okay.
What kind of pudding are you drinking?
Puddings.
I smell something, but I can't. I would say pudding again.
No, it is maple syrup.
Which would be something very sweet.
Mrs. Butterworth's.
Not like pudding.
No.
Is it Miss or Mrs.? She married?
I think it's
Butterworth.
Mrs. Butterworth.
Yeah.
All right. Good.
She's spoken for.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Mr. Butterworth is an accountant.
Here's the next one. This is number 8. We're at the pretty much the halfway point now. Let's see if you can identify this. No reaction facially. I thought for sure I would see a facial reaction from this one.
Well, I mean, you should.
I'm going in again.
All right, this
drink
is
all of it.
It's a popular paint remover.
She shouldn't be able to say, I'm going to go again on this. No, I don't think so. Wow.
What do you think?
Wow.
I like it.
Okay.
I don't know.
Don't know.
Can we look?
Preston, so we don't know. Preston has the answers.
All right, she doesn't know, so you can take a sniff and now guess after smelling it. What is it?
Is it lemon?
It is lemon juice. It's straight up lemon juice. Normally, if one is drinking straight squeezed lemon juice, you'd be puckering up and going,
Kathy, you didn't do any of that.
Not even a win.
So that Preston.
So she got that wrong. She could smell it, but she couldn't taste it.
That raises the question. That reflex.
Yes.
What causes that reflex?
It's a good question.
Well, let me ask. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to try something. We're going to do a scientific experiment here. I'm going to drink this lemon juice, but I'm going to hold my nose.
Now, we've never met.
We've
right?
never. Well, we have met many times.
All right.
Many times. But I'm going to hold my nose so that way the smell part does it.
That's the way to do it.
It's still sour.
Like you made the face?
But your taste is intact.
Yeah. But I wasn't sure if like any of that stuff
Kathy drank it, and there was no puckering, no pursing whatsoever.
Like, even with her drinking that and I knowing what it is, caused my mouth to salivate a little bit.
Yes.
Because that's what I'm
a little engorged.
Your mouth will do. Well, that's great. All right, so this will be interesting.
Oh, boy.
This is our only solid of the day.
Oh, God.
All right, Kathy, go ahead.
So wait, do I have to
Yeah, just stick your tongue in there.
Yeah.
Stick your tongue in there.
Stick it in.
Stick it deep in there.
Ew. What? I don't like that.
I'll give you a hint. It's not sand.
Yeah, like that.
Blues Traveler with Hook on 93.3 WMMR.
Isn't that that's the last song in Kingpin, isn't it? That's what they're playing?
No, but anyway, right?
Yeah, but anyway.
Another great song.
Yeah, I love that song.
Yeah. So let's see. It's 10:43 on this Wednesday morning. 53 degrees, a little bit on the cooler side. And we go up and down. Tomorrow's 72. So really, really nice, partly cloudy skies. And then clouds on Friday, 53, mid-50s through the weekend. Camp Out for Hunger now 5 days away, and we're looking good weather-wise. No rain in the forecast as of now, which is wonderful.
So
and
good.
seasonable temperatures.
Yes.
And nothing crazy cold, nothing outlandishly weird warm.
Just a rain slicker and a thong. That's
It's
all
going
you
to be
need.
nice. It's going to be very, very nice. I would like to thank David Howard Thornton for being on. Art the Clown from the Terrifier films. And he's at the Monster Mania Con this weekend, all weekend, 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
In Oaks,
with a
which,
bunch of people.
So much. It's great to have a lot of parking.
Alice Cooper's going to be there.
Yeah.
Nev Campbell, Jamie Kennedy. There's like a whole bunch of people there.
Screaming Union and all that
yeah.
stuff, yes.
So it's cool to have him on. He's a nice guy. Excellent. Pierre Robert, our resident nice guy, is here as well.
Hello.
Nice.
You know, I was wondering as you were talking to him, because you asked him if he was going to appear in makeup, which he is. So it occurred to me, he's then got a lug. I don't know where he lives, but let's assume Los Angeles.
No, yeah, I think he lives in New York, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Either
Because of that, the most of the crew behind the movie, I think, is from New Jersey.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Because they mentioned they filmed a scene in Philly, which was
Yes.
interesting.
Yeah.
But so if he's appearing in makeup, he's got to lug his own makeup and the costume and make himself up. So, I mean, that's a lot of white powder or whatever it is to put, or white, whatever it is you put on your face.
Do you know what, though, for the fan base, though, it means everything to get, to get him in that costume with that makeup and get a picture with him means the world. Right.
It's like you bringing back your mummer's outfit from Burning Man.
Right.
Yeah.
Which I did yesterday.
I saw that.
I lugged that mother effing thing across the country. It was so heavy and so gargantuan. And then my elderly neighbor had this giant case, and I go, it might fit in that. And it did.
Sure enough.
And I shipped it out there, and I shipped it, or lugged it back, and I wore it out, and I lugged it to the desert, which was no easy feat, and I wore it in the desert. And there's a picture forthcoming and a little video. And I wore it in Lake Tahoe.
All right.
Not just at Lake Tahoe.
Might as well. You had it.
Lake Tahoe.
In Lake Tahoe, in the lake.
I may be the only non-mummer that's taken one of those things into a gigantic body of water.
It was a mummer baptism.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
So more on that.
I'm intrigued.
I know you are, and it's something to stay tuned for in the days ahead. Not today, not tomorrow, but someday soon.
Very soon.
Yeah.
All right. We'll see you. All right. Let's do the letter. All right. Here we go.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right. The Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter
M as in mummer.
All right. And we got 2 more to go, and we have $500 from the Bagster.
Yeah, Bagster.
Yeah, the Bagster is by far the most convenient and affordable way to help with your home cleanup. You go buy it at any home improvement store, you fill it, and simply schedule your collection, and it is gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster and a bag. We'll give that away on Friday. What, pray tell, do you have in store for the gang today, dude?
Could I just put my whole house in the Bagster and have them carry it away?
You know what? They could probably you get enough bags. I think you're good to go.
Is it that time? Is it time to?
Yeah, it's time to thin out a bit.
Take a flamethrower.
Yeah.
More on that another time. Not today, not tomorrow, but somewhere in the days
Take a
ahead.
flamethrower to this place.
Workforce blocks of Bruce Springsteen and Weezer, and possibly a block. Monday was Saxophone Day. and named after Adolf Sax, the guy who invented the instrument.
The saxophone.
Yeah, the saxophone.
Yeah.
And so it occurred to me it'd be fun to do a block of sax songs. Certainly we have Bruce in there, so you've got the big man, but there are other sax songs. So although Pancake is out today, so I might or might not do a block of sax
Are there
songs.
any saxophones in sax and violins?
By the Talking Heads?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Huh.
Well, you got Dave Matthews Band. I mean, Leroy Moore and Jeff Coffin Since, and there's lots to choose from.
You know, it's a song that it's considered more classic rock as Baker Street.
That's exactly where I was going. Yeah, Jerry Rafferty.
Jerry Rafferty is certainly a great one. Rolling Stones had Bobby Keys, legendary sax player, does this famous sax part on Brown Sugar.
Yeah.
And Can't You Hear Me Knocking. So, yeah. All right, we'll do something in Saxland.
Yeah,
and then
there's
Dan Fogelberg, Old Lang Syne.
Yeah, my mind is running all over the place.
And
with
Lawrence Welk had a huge thing when he covered Stairway to Heaven. He and the Mary Champagne Music Makers.
There are a lot of power ballads from the 80s that have saxophone in them.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, God. It was...
you remember You Belong to the City from Glenn Fry?
You belong to the
That's
city.
a big saxophone solo on that one. I think might be sax on some Eagles songs. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm sure there will be. We'll find out.
We'll find out.
We'll do some digging.
And that's maybe today.
That's possibly, maybe, and maybe will be.
All right. Help Pierre out. Text him in. Sax songs, all right?
I think I've got it, though.
Okay.
All right.
I don't know with me.
You don't know with you?
I don't know with me.
I don't know.
You don't know. With me.
I don't know.
Tune in.
Tune in and see how quickly I derail today.
All right.
Well, by the way, send away for your Pierre Dakota ring.
Thank you.
Yeah, what he's saying.
Let me thank our sponsors. Preston and Steve is brought to you today by Duncan. Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Monster Mania 57, November 10th to the 12th in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Tickets are on sale now. Tomorrow, our buddy comedian Joe DeRosa will be stopping by. We're just getting ready for a Camp Out for Hunger, so we'll continue the countdown. We're 5 days away from today. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have yourself a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.